Hello, chat. Hello, hello. How are we all doing today? All six of you. I'm sure the number will increase as I go on, especially once I get to that mega slop, or not the mega slop, the leftoid slop, because I know that that's what all of you want. I know everyone just loves drama and shitting on leftist people, especially idiots who didn't vote. And also, that panel triggered the fuck out of me. But I want to talk about MAGA stuff first. Okay. Is the audio and everything okay? I fiddled with it a little bit. You read our mind. Oh, it won't be about like Ethan or Destiny, although it is kind of about Hassan, I suppose. Or at least it's about left wingers who didn't vote, because there's like a thing for that. Pisco did a panel like a couple days ago, maybe, where he argued with Prime and some other dude about the left, or like about Kamala, and I think about her book basically. So yeah, like I believe that that was the case. But I mean, I don't. Yeah, that was what it was about, and of course, it looks like it just devolved into an argument about like not voting, um, which obviously is fucking infuriating. Um, but I don't really like. I didn't watch the whole thing. I just caught parts of it, so I figured that I would tune in and I would watch a bunch of it and then soy out angrily for your entertainment while I take psychic damage from these morons. But before we do that, so Kamala kind of danced around endorsing Mamdani. I mean, we'll see if she does or not. I don't really think that that matters too much one way or the other, whether she endorses him or not. It's a mayoral race, and also it's not typically, from my general understanding, or at least from what I have heard, it's not like Democratic politicians don't necessarily typically endorse like mayoral candidates. Like that's not typically the norm, because like local politics is kind of a whole different thing. But I feel like everyone is making a huge deal about it, probably because the Mamdani is a different sort of person than other leftists generally are. So yeah. Um. Anyway, so the last time, or like a couple streams ago, I believe, on the stream that I argued with Teuton on, I sort of aborted an attempt to yes, yes, it's stupid that people are protesting Kamala still. She's not the president, but I mean, I think that that just proves that leftists hate Democrats more than they hate Republicans or conservatives. Or, yeah, leftists hate like liberals, basically, which, lines up historically too. Um, Anyway, so a few streams ago, when I was debating Teuton, or I decided to debate Teuton, and I cut short this thing that I was going to do, where I was basically going to map out the MAGA, like sort of like how MAGA responded to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And so over the past like little while, I've been doing like some more research into this. I watched some streams, which was painful, and then I went through and I looked up tweets. So I got a whole timeline of tweets here, and I just want to go through these, or at least like a bunch of them, because what I want to do is I want to like kind of like get an under, or I want you guys to sort of get a general understanding of what this looks like. So, like what the MAGA response looks like and how it sort of developed over time. And yeah. Oh, hello, Anna. So basically, like I had said previously before, so obviously on September 10th, Charlie Kirk was shot at 2:23 p.m. EST, and it was a single bullet to the neck from 130 meters away. And the initial reactions from conservatives was just shock and them telling people to pray for Charlie and stuff. It was pretty standard, normal stuff. Okay. Now, Mr. Jack Posobiec was live during this, He was live on X, because Elon, he do be loving it. He do be loving. He likes. He wants his platform to do everything, and of course he does. Wait, what? Twitter.com. Wow, we got some dead naming going on here. That's kind of strange. People, I'm surprised that's not updated. All right, so at 50:38, so 48:22 to get his initial reaction, which of course I have to kind of jump around here because, oh, 34.
And they're friends of mine. Great job.
Yeah, okay, Trump. All right, here we go. So we're just gonna listen to his initial reaction, just to kind of throw this out there so we kind of see it. Also, let me know if the audio is too low, because I want it to be right. And also Twitter sucks.
We are back live here, Human Events Daily. I'm seeing X and getting reports just like everyone else is regarding Charlie Kirk and a potential incident which took place in Utah, where Charlie is giving his speech today. He was giving in one of his on-campus events. It does look as though there's been a security incident. As everybody knows, we work very closely with Charlie here on this program. We are already in contact and working on getting even further contact with people who are on the ground. We're getting in contact with people that we've already been in contact with, at least one person who's been on the scene. I just want to tell everybody right now, stay frosty. Let's wait until we get any confirmation.
Stay frosty. Wow, dude, really playing up that military LARP there.
Information as to what exactly happened during this incident with Charlie Kirk on campus in Utah. And we're working around the clock. I've got folks that are directly at Charlie Kirk's studio back home. So we're working.
I could only hear him going, "Shut up, Destiny, shut up." Oh yeah, I mean, you know what? He actually sounds a little bit more of like a human being here, rather than whatever he was trying to do when he was on Piers Morgan.
We're working on. I'm reading messages right now. We're working on this in real time. Do me a favor, folks, everybody.
So this was at 2:36 p.m. when he was streaming this. So obviously that's not too long later after Charlie Kirk got shot at 2:23 p.m. Eastern time.
Buddy, before this goes out, before this gets bigger, who were there, his family as well.
Yeah, so this is pretty standard breaking news, stuff. So then after he gives this little announcement, he goes back to his usual slop,
Is it true mRNA? Does it degrade rapidly in the body?
Got to push some vaccine stuff here. And then at 53. Oh, yeah, of course. Goes back to it at 48:22.
Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen.
Oh, he actually decided to say a prayer. Also, is he Catholic? That's a Catholic prayer as far as I'm aware. I don't remember the name of it, but I mean, they made us say that when I was in my Catholic school.
Charlie Kirk is a very close friend of mine, and I want him to be as okay as possible. We're staying frosty. Say a prayer. Say a prayer right now for Charlie.
Stay frosty, chat.
We'll be right back.
This actually has commercials in it. It's kind of
right. I tell you. Game or go online now.
International Fellowship of Christians and Jews. Interesting.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18.
Oh, for God's sake. Oh my God, I broke the law, and I'm such a victim.
Amen.
All right.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back here at Human Events Daily. We are raising Charlie Kirk and his family up in prayers at this moment. Information is still flooding in as to what exactly took place here. Information is still flooding in as to the conditions of everyone who was at this event. We got a video of some of the aftermath of what seems to be a shot that rang out as reportedly that we're hearing at this, that we're being told at Human Events Daily right now. This was an event, the Turning Point campaign.
All right.
Knows that he's more than willing to have anyone to, where of course everyone knows Charlie Kirk goes, that he's more than willing to have anyone to come and freely speak with him. This is about freedom.
Anybody except for Destiny and Dean Withers and anybody else that was on the Unfuck America tour.
Freedom of speech and the fearlessness of Charlie Kirk to go and continue to hold these events, even in the wake of Butler, Pennsylvania, and even in the wake of everything that happened there. And this is something that I've talked to Charlie about. This is something that he knows well.
Does Butler just live like in these guys' heads? I didn't realize that they thought about it this much.
That threats are real and that we live in a real world. And yet Charlie believes in what he does. Charlie believes in this country. Charlie loves his family dearly. He loves his country dearly. And he never wanted to back down. He will never back down and will never surrender. And if there's anything I know about Charlie Kirk, is that he will never, ever stop fighting.
So keep in mind, they don't know that he's dead yet, because that they haven't heard the news.
No matter what, no matter how many events and tours and situations that he's been in, the guy only has one mode, and that mode is fight. So let's fight for him right now, through prayer, through being prayer warriors, for Charlie Kirk, for everyone.
Have you been a prayer warrior today, chat? Yeah, he probably was raised Catholic.
Who's at this event. And if it's true that someone took a shot at my friend,
Oh God, here we go.
then the result from that must absolutely be swift, and it must be final.
Bit ominous.
Because this can't go on anymore, folks. Conservatives, President Trump, they take a shot at, try to kill him. Last night, President Trump has this situation, security breach, obviously, at this school, or at this restaurant, rather. Now Charlie Kirk dealing with this situation.
I don't know if, I mean, I don't know enough about what happened to Trump at the restaurant. My understanding is that there were some loud people that yelled at him, which, I mean, that's going to happen if you're like a politician or a public figure or what have you. I don't know that he was actually in any danger.
Situation at the school. What's going on? What is going on in America? Where people are being shot in the streets, where young girls are being stabbed just for riding the train.
Oh my God.
No, can't go on anymore. It can't go on.
I don't know. It's some sort of military slang. It probably just means like stay calm or whatever.
And it has to stop. This is beyond politics. This is beyond anything that's going on. And we're doing everything we can to get direct information about this again.
So I want you guys, what I would like you all to do is to like kind of just like watch these clips or like listen to these tweets as I read them. And then like, you can you'll see the different narratives that start to emerge and like the things that they're saying. And like, yeah, I just want you to take note of like what the overall mega message is here, because this is kind of what I discovered, the various different things. There are like 3 or 4 different, thrusts of their messaging that they have, that I realized as I tried to get inside of these people's heads. It kind of means stay ready, attend. Yeah, okay, there you go.
I'm seeing a lot of stuff on social media. I'm not seeing anything confirmed. Charlie Kirk is a father. He's a creator. He's a builder.
It means give frosted tips to be cool.
He's a leader. And he's one of my best friends. And you don't mess with my friends. You don't mess with my people. It's not how that works. It's not how that works at all. And so if you want a response, stay tuned. Stay tuned.
What does that mean? Are you gonna do something, Jack? Are you okay, buddy?
You'll get one. There's a reason the youth voted for Trump last year. Charlie Kirk is the reason that we have a chance to save our country. Charlie Kirk is the reason that we all have a fighting chance. Because what he did last year what he did to reach out to youth, what he did going campus to campus. And what does he do? He talks. He uses his words. Does he talk with conviction? Does he talk with arguments? Does he use controversy? Of course. But that's all it is. That's speech. That's dialogue. That's what we're supposed to be as a country. I've never seen Charlie Kirk raise a hand in anger to anyone. In any one of these situations, you'll never see it. You never see it at all. Go watch every single video. And they want him dead for that. Charlie Kirk speaks with the strength and the spirit of our Lord Jesus Christ, who gave him a gift. There's no question about that. He's a vessel of the light. And the darkness, they can't stand that. They hate Charlie Kirk. They hate you. They hate anyone who stands up for justice, anyone who stands up for truth, anyone who stands up for what is truly good in this world. And even if you disagree with a specific statement, even if you disagree with a specific, take that Charlie makes, that's your right too. But you don't use violence. You don't come in this with violence. You don't come in this with a situation where people can be hurt. It's a man with two.
You know what? You're right. It is, Anna.
I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want. If you are looking for ransom, I can tell you I don't have money. But what I do have are a very particular set of skills. Skills I've acquired over a very long career.
Yeah, it's it really is given Taken dialogue vibe. By the way, I've never actually seen that movie. It just didn't really seem that interesting. But we love Liam. He's a great actor. Hello, Feli Goblin. By respond, Posobiec means he'll just say the N-word and T-slur on Twitter. Oh yeah, he absolutely might say that. Although I'm willing to bet, as you'll see, Matt Walsh tends to say that more. But we'll get there.
Kids, a beautiful family, a great wife, an American, a patriot, true servant leader. And that's how he's always been at Turning Point. And so, look, again, I'm doing everything I can behind the scenes right now. I've got my entire team scrambling on the phone, talking with people at Turning Point.
All right, yeah, so then he goes on to say this is the end of the show, yada, yada, yada. Okay, so what do we have next up here? So yeah, he ends the show before he learns about Charlie's passing. And then at 2:57 p.m., our crazy queen, so Libs of TikTok writes, Charlie Kirk was just shot at an event in Utah. Stop and say a prayer for him and his family. And then they post that video. And then, of course, Laura Loomer responds with, he was speaking about trans shooters when he was shot. That's interesting. And then Libs of TikTok goes, holy shit. God, this is terrible. Pray hard. Apparently it was shot in the neck. It's crazy what the media has done to this world. Praying for Charlie. I'll bet you buy a leftist trans shooter. Yeah. So, I mean, no information yet, but Laura is already making this leap, or at least this implication. And then Laura declares that the Democrats are to blame for this. Just saw a close-up video of Charlie Kirk getting shot. It doesn't look good. 2 direct shots to the jugular, as we established at the last time when I was covering this. Laura Loomer does not know how to count. She seems incapable of. You can even tell from the video that no, Charlie Kirk was not shot twice. It was 1 shot. And if you know how to listen, then you can, the Democrats cannot keep getting away with declaring open season on conservatives. Yeah, this is kind of insane. Oh, hey, we got a base left-wing person in the reply. You literally spend all day stoking violence and hate, you piece of shit. Based. I can believe this is happening because no one is being held accountable for anything right now. Are you going to do something or let them kill us one by one? Oh my god. Okay then. Yes. And then so yeah, we've got some of this. Laura Loomer calls for a lot of Laura's tweets are insane. I understand that Laura is a provocateur and that she might not be being entirely serious, but this is nuts. Right, she says it's time for the Trump administration to shut down, defund, and prosecute every single leftist organization. Like, if Charlie Kirk dies from his injuries, his life cannot be in vain. We must shut these lunatic leftists down once and for all. The left is a national security threat. Don't forget, to these people, leftist, communist, socialist, liberal, it's all the same thing. They think we're all the same, which will become very funny later on. But I mean, it serves their narrative to think that we're all the same, right? Because then they can say that we're all like the most crazy people on the left side of the aisle. Okay, Candace Owens chimes in and reacts like a normal human, where she just says, I can't process this. I'll share this document later. I'm not going to like open up every single tweet. And then Loomer goes crazy about conservatives being targeted. So, oh yeah, she writes a whole bunch. If you're a conservative activist or journalist, you need to be very careful. The media demonizes us every day, and they encourage people to incite violence against those who support President Trump and expose the radical left. Yeah. Kind of crazy. What happened to Charlie Kirk? Why did you add him? Actually, wait, he's not dead yet, so I guess that it's fair for her to add him. Like when the BBC lady lumped in Vosh on. Yeah, exactly. What, we all said this would happen with the glorification of Luigi Mangione and the normalization of 8647 chance. They're still mad about that. They're still mad about the 8647 thing. That's so funny. Like, also, I just want to say that I'm pretty sure Luigi Mangione was celebrated by people on both the left and right, or like by populists, healthcare CEOs, we hate billionaires, like just those people in general, that they thought he was cool. But yes, it was a lot of leftist people, but leftists, not liberals. Like, I thought it was cringe when people were like cheering that on. Just like, I thought that it not just cringe, but also like gross. And I thought the same thing about the that submarine, the what was it, the submarine that got crushed. I can't remember the name of it now, on the way to like go to the Titanic, because they cut corners. I mean, like, you can kind of make it be like, kind of, I guess you can like laugh at it in the sense that it was funny because of those people, like, this is what happens when you cut corners. But like, it doesn't mean that they deserved it, or that like you should like act like it was amazing and good and funny. People posting pictures of Nintendo Luigi. Oh yeah, that's how people get around it on Reddit. Fairly sure he was a Christian conservative as well. Who felt like Charlie Kirk? Yeah, he was. He might be he might have been dead, but it wasn't confirmed yet. Yeah, exactly. And yes, like and subscribe, guys. That helps me greatly. I'm trying to get to 500 subs so I can get monetized. Okay. So, although I imagine all of you are probably subscribed, but still. And also, the sooner I get monetized, the sooner we can have emotes, which will be nice. Yeah, so watching the video of Charlie Kirk shot in the neck and possibly even assassinated if he doesn't make it, I realize it could have been me, it could have been, yeah, so she's just fear-mongering here. She's fear-mongering by saying that, like, conservatives are being targeted. Okay. JD Vance tweets to glorify Kirk as someone who would talk to anyone. Yeah, that's yeah, so JD Vance does that. And then at 4:40 p.m. Trump announces Charlie's passing. And then Laura Loomer tweets out I think that I mentioned this before. I just thought that this was funny. Yeah, Luigi Mangione isn't even like a leftist. And then this is before she saw the news where she says, "I'm afraid we will be told the worst news soon. It's not looking good. I don't think Charlie Kirk survived. I'm going to refrain from saying more of what I have been told until an official statement is made. This is a very sad day for our country." It's funny that she says this while she continues to wildly speculate about who the shooter was. Okay, and then Ben Shapiro comes out and he tweets this pretty respectable little eulogy for his friend here, you know. "I'm utterly stunned and heartbroken. I met Charlie when he was 18 years old. The kid was going to be the head of the RNC one day. I immediately turned to a friend and said that kid's going to be the head of the RNC one day. Charlie became even bigger and more important than that. It was a privilege to work with." Yeah, so like this is normal, okay? Thank you, Ben, for being a human. You know, he's just talking about his friend and how he's sad that he's dead. And then, of course, it gets ruined when we go down here. "Please upgrade your security, Ben. This wasn't just a bullet. This was a message. You need to speak up. You lead, you fight, you speak up, you lead, you fight, you die. Charlie Cook was a father, a fighter, a believer. Now he's a warning. If this doesn't terrify you, you're not paying attention." Yes. Every time Democrats don't get their way, they get dangerous. God damn. "Inspired violence by design." Oh, I know what this is.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
People need to start taking to the streets. This is a dictator.
You know, there needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's...
What? Why the music? Why? So yeah, a bunch of Democrats calling for like protests, basically. But yeah, like, so some of these replies are insane in response to Ben's pretty normal tweet. And then we go back to, so there are numerous tweets that basically read in various ways. So you know what? Instead of Laura Loomer, let's roll over here to our not so good friend Matt Walsh, who I believe is a self-described Christian fascist or something to that effect. But all right, all that Charlie ever did was have conversations with people. He didn't insult anyone. He made arguments. He debated. He wasn't an extremist in any way. Everyone who knew Charlie personally loved him. That's the kind of guy he was. And they still killed him. I am furious and heartbroken in equal measure. I cannot put into words how I feel. Maybe this is for the best. Yeah. We've got a few other tweets like that too. Isn't Matt gay? No. Or if he was, he would absolutely never admit to that because he thinks that homosexuality is evil and disgusting. Okay, this is from a little bit later, but it's still sort of... Ooh. Still sort of captures the general point. The entire right wing has to band together. Enough of this infighting bullshit. We are up against demonic forces from the pit of hell. They're killing us in our churches. They tried to kill our president. They killed Charlie, one of our greatest advocates. Put the personal squabbles aside. Now is not the time. This is existential. A fight for our own existence and the existence of our country. God damn. Yeah. And we got the Lord of the Beanie himself. The killer intended for us to get a message. They killed Charlie in as public a way as possible, so we would have to see it. They made us watch what they did. Again, they... Yeah. They killed him. And, okay, so at this point, something else starts to emerge. So we have End Wokeness, which is allegedly Jack Posobiec's alt on Twitter, where he posts insane stuff. So here we go. So basically on the day of the shooting, like, you know, after Charlie Kirk's announcements were made, we start to see this pattern emerge where Laura Loomer and End Wokeness, and of course Libs of TikTok, begin to do this thing where they decide that they are going to essentially harass random Twitter users in order to get them fired from their jobs, especially if they are federal employees. And this is, of course, something that Laura Loomer basically spends the entirety of the evening of September 10th doing. Instead of having her stream, she decides that it would be a more productive use of her time to harass random strangers on the internet in order to, like, unmask them and basically dox them, like, by revealing their personal information so that people can spam call their employers to get them fired. Which, just try to imagine for a moment what would happen if the left did this to anyone on the right. You know, like if the left decided to lead a campaign against any conservative who made fun of Paul Pelosi or Melissa Hortman dying. Just imagine, like, these screams at the top of their lungs, how conservatives would be crying about this attack on free speech. But as usual, it's fine when they do it. So, like, they call out this 120,000 likes, realize where we are. OG Blackguard. Look at this dude. Who's that? Is that Mao? I can't tell. It's like some commie guy with a red flag. And we've got the hammer and sickle. We've got the Palestine flag. We've got the red triangle, which is, you know, the pro-Hamas symbol. I'm not sure what what this flower here is for. And then, like, this guy tweets, well, guess he lost the debate. Which, I mean, yeah, that's pretty gross. However, the End Wokeness / Jack Posobiec allegedly thinks this person is a Democrat. So I haven't looked, but you know what? I'm going to right now, but I'm not going to do it. I am absolutely not going to pull up this guy's Twitter account. OG Blackguard. I am not pulling up this guy's Twitter account on screen because I am expecting to see a whole bunch of graphic videos from Gaza. DSA's favorite Maoist. Okay, yeah, so this guy's a Maoist. Nice. So, you know what? Let's just see. I'm just curious. Kamala Harris. What did this guy have to say about Kamala Harris? I would definitely have fought beside John Brown. This is in quotes. And then he writes below, no, you wouldn't. You voted for Kamala Harris. You'd have told on him or not shown up or been bragging in the tavern about how you knew him. One of my favorite coworkers adamantly believes that Kamala Harris has no black ancestry whatsoever. I corrected him once and even showed him a picture of her dad. And he was like, he ain't black. How white liberals feel after, you know what, I'll just pull this up here. Richard Nixon would be a Democrat today, and Kamala Harris would be a Republican in 1974. Yeah, so are we getting the picture here? This person was not a Democrat. This person hates Democrats, because this person's a stupid communist. And yet, old Jack here, allegedly, thinks that this person represents the left. So, yeah, as we can see. And that's all this is, by the way. So, and oh yeah, and then of course last time we saw this oh, and then End Wokeness, everyone got mad about the Congress prayer thing. Democrats in the House shout no for a moment of silence for President. Yeah, so End Wokeness usually just posts stuff like that without necessarily providing any extra commentary. And then, yeah. And then Laura Loomer starts going on about how this was a professional hit, which is a thing that she has been saying. This was a professional hit. Someone with training who knew how to kill from a sniper's nest and then escape undetected. They could be on their way to kill another conservatives. I personally think all conservative events this week should be canceled out of precaution till the shooter is captured. This is very dangerous. And yeah. Okay. But yeah, so there's one. Conservatives lump us in with insane online leftists as if we don't fight them all the fucking time. Yes, that is correct. Republicans have Nazis in their party, pure false outrage to attach Dems to tankies or the far left in general. The Republican leaders are knowingly lying, and no, it's not a Dem. Oh yeah, I'm sure that they probably know that, but they don't care because, and like, obviously their base doesn't care because like, I remember this too pretty distinctly. Like, Republicans have been calling Democrats communists and lumping them in with the far left since like the Cold War, since before the Cold War. They used to call FDR a socialist, although that was more because of his policies. But I mean, still, it's rather ridiculous. And that was also before the Republican Party became the modern conservative party. But that's always been a line that they've pushed. And yeah, I've always thought that it was rather ridiculous. And now that I understand that there are actual like communists out there, like actual people who believe in communism as a policy, I think it's even more ridiculous. But the internet has just made it easier for them to find the most crazy radical people online and like amplify them. So yeah, so then End Wokeness goes on tirades against random leftist accounts. Yeah, so like that's kind of like what he is doing here basically. And he just he just like goes after a bunch of random leftist people and like he just posts videos from TikTok. I'm sure you all saw Lonerbox react to the shoe on head video, so I really don't need to play these. I think it's kind of self-explanatory. And then Laura Loomer advocates for authoritarianism. You know, gotta. Charlie Kirk wasn't even controversial. He was moderate. He was conservative, but by no means controversial. Imagine who else the left is going to hunt down and murder on the right if they wanted to kill a guy who said, get married, have kids, there's two genders, vote for Trump. I'm sure he said more things than that. Everyone needs to be very careful in their public surroundings. The Trump administration needs to start arresting everyone on the left who promotes violence. All of the leftist groups that pay these radical protests need to be prosecuted. That pay for these radical protests. Enough is enough. More people will be murdered if the left isn't crushed with the power of the state. Wow, that's some authoritarianism right there. And like this is what she like that is the basic tone of her Twitter account. And as we were saying, Laura speculates, and then I thought this was kind of funny. The shooter in the Charlie Kirk assassination remains at large. Law enforcement officials say they have not identified any suspects yet. And then Matt Walsh asks, how is this possible? It's very interesting that he would ask that. And then, of course, this is the first reply. What a great audience that you have here. Charlie Kirk is looking up at us right now. Oh, man. Yeah. This is the kind of audience that and also it's Twitter, so like you can't like go 5 minutes without like running straight into a goddamn Nazi or a stupid racist or other such things. But I thought it was funny that like Matt was asking that question. And then Don Jr. tweets a little normal eulogy, and of course the replies are in the same, just like they were to Ben Shapiro's tweet. We've got more Laura Loomer. When will the Trump administration seek charges against members of the media who say conservatives deserve to die because they support Trump? I'm not sure that there have been very many media who have said that. It's time for the full power of the executive. Yeah, so she's basically just the authoritarian crap. Oh, and between the video of Irina and the video of Charlie, both bleeding to death by their necks, this has been a very radicalizing week. A message to the left: debate time is over. You ended it. Well, that's ominous. And also incredibly cringe, but also ominous. And then, I mean, I would honestly argue that that's kind of almost like a call to violence, at least like, you know, sort of stochastically. She's kind of implying it, you know, like no more debates. We're done talking. Now it's time to get serious in ways that I think are, it's kind of frightening. Like they're all basically just like turning up the temperature. And then black man stabs a woman equals the left of this. Oh yeah, there's also that too. That was something else that I noticed when I was going through this. Oh, hello, Toby. That was something else that I noticed when I was going through this stuff, is just how much, although I think y'all knew that already, how much these accounts, and wokeness in particular, spend all of their time like just amplifying stories where black people attack white people. Like that this is like, that's like one of the things that they post constantly about. Laura Loomer does it a little bit too, except she does it with like, you know, illegal immigrants or whatever. But yeah, the stuff with that Ukrainian lady, like that is an incredibly sad story. And it's ridiculous that the right is basically politicizing it so they can push some stupid racist narrative about how black people kill white people. Yeah. When like, yeah, it's incredibly sad what happened to Irina. It's also incredibly sad that that guy killed her because he was not in an institution where he should have been, because he has schizophrenia and like he was violent because of like the mental illness stuff. Not that I'm saying that like people with schizophrenia are generally violent, but that guy in particular should have been institutionalized. But because America doesn't have the stuff for that, that just wasn't what was going to happen. And now the right are going to use it to try to claim there's some sort of craziness going on with black people attacking white people. So, yeah, so Kash Patel tweets at 7:59 p.m. that the suspect that they had in custody had been released and the shooter is still at large. And then Laura Loomer responds with more crazed rambling about how this was a hit job. I'm not going to like go through every single one. And then we get to this fun stuff. At 8 p.m., Tim Pool does a stream covering the shooting. So let's start right here with this. And I'm going to go through a few of these clips that I have here.
Things we were talking about it. I mean, I've been here going on 3 years, and
by the way, I subjected myself to the entire 2 hours and 8 minutes of this broadcast. I hope you're happy.
Since I started coming on the show, we've been saying, where's the off ramp? Where's the off ramp? How do we stop this? How do we prevent this from escalating? And then it's been, you know, political, using the government going after their political enemies. And then there was the attack on Donald Trump, 2 attacks on Donald Trump. Some people called one of the dudes that jumped on stage a 3rd attack on Donald Trump. And now Charlie. Where does it end? Because Charlie was so milquetoast, everyday conservative.
Seriously.
He was so inoffensive.
This is what terrifies me.
The guy that comes after Charlie is not inoffensive.
But it terrifies me that that's who they're going after. Charlie Kirk was mainstream conservative, you know.
So articulate.
But he cared about family. He was not an extremist.
No.
He was a regular. It was moderate politics, and that's who they kill.
It was virtuous.
It was common sense. Boris.
I don't want to ruin it or like give too much of the game away here, but like I hope that y'all are seeing you know, certain talking points that are emerging here. You'll see all of these guys repeat some of these talking points.
Johnson, in his post on X today, said that Charlie Kirk was communicating common sense. That's what Make America Great Again. That's what it is.
This is just Martin Luther King. This is like them taking Martin Luther King's life. The man spoke for a generation of people.
I'm just not going to say anything. I'm just not going to say anything.
That had been relegated or felt relegated, and he threatened the political power. Martin Luther King could have commanded 10,000 people to go push a button, and they would have done it. Charlie had that same power.
Mr. Gray, can you tell us a little bit more about how you think we should be feeling and thinking about this in an age of political violence? You're an elected official. Do you feel those pressures on you as well? What's your reaction here?
Well, earlier we were talking about what's the off-ramp. Well, the off-ramp is what Charlie Kirk was presenting, which is this vibrant political debate. When he came to the University of Wyoming in late April, he spoke for about...
Nobody was unwilling to have a debate with him. He was the one who was unwilling to have a debate with certain individuals. He was, like the only people, he wouldn't just debate anybody, because as I have said repeatedly, or as I previously pointed out, he wouldn't talk to Destiny or any of the Unfuck America people. He talked to Hassan. And yes, Charlie did hate MLK Jr. He did hate him. And like, this is something that actually, if someone wants to find the article about that and they can link me. And also, by the way, I just want to throw this out there too. As I am going through all of this, if you guys find, like MAGA conservatives who are presenting a different message than the ones that we are seeing here, please give them to me, because I would like to be wrong. I would like all of these people to not just be robots who are repeating the same talking points, which is also another part of my thesis of this, because that I decided to look into this. And that was what I was curious to see the extent to which that was the case. I looked up a bunch of, so I guess just to like, this study, very unscientific, is, it was Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, Don Jr., Tim Pool, Jack Posobiec, Laura Loomer, basically them. And also Candace Owens, but honestly, Candace Owens is probably the only one who didn't like, well, she didn't entirely toe the line. But that's just because she was too busy asking questions about the Jews. And obviously that's not great either. Like, I was kind of hoping that maybe people who weren't towing the line on MAGA were maybe doing other stuff. They repeat the same stuff on TikTok. They are robots. Oh yeah, I would expect like random people to probably repeat certain things, because that it's easier for us to hear talking points from people whose opinions we trust and then to repeat them without necessarily looking into it. I mean, to be completely honest with you, I have been guilty of that, and I do that sometimes. But now if I'm going to do this seriously, like stream, which I would like to, I enjoy doing this. It's quite a lot of fun doing research. Yeah, it seems that Candace and Charlie were actually friends. Yeah, they were friends. At Candace's stream about Charlie, I didn't look through the whole thing. I watched like parts of it because her stream crashed. And so only a half an hour of it remains. But like a lot of Candace's stream about Charlie was mostly just her talking about like them and who he was as a person, and how he was like a fun person who didn't take himself too seriously. Like her initial reaction to all of this seems to be pretty normal. Like, yeah, which is fine. I'm not gonna like mock anybody for being sad that their friend died. In fact, I think that that's probably a lot more valid than these cynical ghouls who are basically just like, I mean, this is gross. This is the night. Like, Charlie's corpse isn't even cold, and already these people are out here spinning their political narratives and using his death like as a cudgel to beat the left.
I'd say 7 to 9 minutes, and then it went straight to Q&A, the Q&A that he was known for. And he would have these very respectful back and forth debates on the issues of the day, and it was broadcast live. I mean, it's a pivotal part.
I am physically unable to watch Candace talk without getting acid reflux. You know what? I completely understand that. That's totally fair. I find her to be utterly infuriating, like incredibly so, especially lately. I don't even think she believes in half the stuff she says, but I think she's just. It's just insane the extent to which that she is like weaponizing. Yeah. But anyway, I'm just going to keep going with this.
I mean, we look at the polling numbers on Gen Z and the transformation politically of Gen Z. Turning Point is a pivotal part of that. And Charlie's a visionary.
Yeah. So by the way, I just want to point out here as well. I mean, I fully expected them to glaze Charlie and say that he was an awesome dude or whatever. And like, that's fine, I guess, although some of this a bit cringe, but whatever. I mean, they are right about the fact that Charlie Kirk did energize the youth, and Trump did win young male voters by like 2 or 3 points, I believe it was. So he didn't win by that much. Like, he didn't win a landslide, and he did not win the entirety of the youth. Kamala still won a bunch of them. And we're going to talk about that later on in the stream when I go over the Pisco thing, because that I want to look at some of the same numbers that Lonerbox looked at and dig into that a little bit further. But yeah, for now, we've got this.
I don't think we should dilute the facts here about the loathing of the left towards Charlie Kirk. They thought he was a misogynist because he was pro-life, and he was irredeemable because of that.
No. Also, I just want to tackle these insane straw men. No one, I mean, yes, I'm sure that some people thought he was a misogynist because that he was pro-life. I didn't. I don't think that being pro-life makes you a misogynist, because I understand that pro-life people, like, they believe that abortion is murder, and that is how they view it. And so I'm going to, like, maybe give them a little bit more charity than that and say that they, like, I'm not going to just say, oh, you just want to control women's bodies. Although, like, some of it, I think, definitely is part of that because of their whole social conservative worldview. But they think abortion is murder. But no, we thought Charlie Kirk was a misogynist because he did shit like tell Taylor Swift that she needed to submit to her husband. And he talked about how feminism was bad. And then he said a bunch of insane stuff about those black women. Yeah. By the way, if you guys have like things that Charlie Kirk has said that you think was crazy or that you heard about, like, I got a couple here that I will definitely be linking to. But if you have any, like, feel free to throw them in stream suggestions in my Discord. I was gone for a few minutes, but I find it funny how the right suddenly cares about a Ukrainian because a black person killed them. Oh yeah, that too. That's yeah. Actually, I think Ukrainian Anna had like an angry rant about that on Twitter, like just about like how incredibly stupid that was. And yeah.
They thought he was irredeemable because he supported Israel, and they would accuse him of supporting genocide.
I mean, I think that's probably valid. I don't think there's anything. Although, actually, wait, no, you know what? It's not valid because Charlie Kirk supported Israel, but he did so in the most cringe way possible, in a way that like was anti-Palestine, and in a way where like he was basically okay with like Gazans basically having their like having their lives destroyed, you know. Like, yeah, I feel like if Israel was committing genocide in Gaza, Charlie Kirk is like one of those people who would have maybe not like outright defended it, but he would have denied it or said some other weird stuff about it, or he would have like justified it in some way, but he probably would have just like denied it. Like if we had like, you know, like if there was more solid evidence that that was happening. It's because they were white. Yes.
They think that because he was willing to call out black violence towards white people, that he was a racist.
That right there, black violence towards white people. The implication of that statement is just insane to me. This notion that there is there's like something about like where like black people are just going to be violent towards white people. Like the way that he says it like that. Why are you focusing just on that? Do you think that like crime in the black community is an issue, but it's not an issue for the reasons why like you people seem to think that it is. It's not like because of their culture or whatever. Or I mean, like you could say that it is, but it's not because of their culture, because their culture is some inherent thing. Like it's not the reasons why these people think that it is. It's because of the poverty. And a lot of the stuff about the culture, it relates back to like their historical experiences. And like none of you guys want to do anything to fix any of that. Instead, you just want to like point at the black community and be like, see, they're just like that, guys. No, we're not going to like, we don't want to do anything to fund programs that could help their communities. And we certainly don't want to support things like giving black women access to birth control and sexual education because, oh God, that would be terrible. But oh yeah, the clip of Charlie saying, yeah. I think Charlie Kirk expressed, he did some anti-Semitism. Some of these guys want a race war, it seems, that or I'm overthinking it. No, you're not. I definitely think, like, it absolutely, like, I feel like End Wokeness, / Jack Posobiec, allegedly, definitely does want that because of the extent to which that they post this stuff. By the way, I'm not saying allegedly because I think he's going to sue me. I'm just saying it because I think it's funny. And because we honestly don't actually know if it's him. Yeah, it is. It's just convenient scapegoating, you know, like just go full Stefan Molyneux and talk about black skull shapes. I mean, you know what? Honestly, like I think years and years and years and years ago, Destiny had like a rather funny rant where he talked about that, about how like it would just be so much better, or like about how like he would rather talk to a Nazi because at least a Nazi will own it, whereas like all of these people like like the Jack Posobics and the / end wokenesses allegedly of the world just they just like they're just pushing this stuff. But if you confront them about it, then they will be like, whoa, I'm not racist. How dare you, sir / madam / NB oh wait, no, they wouldn't say that last one.
Racist, and that all of this stuff makes him an irredeemable white supremacist, bigoted racist that many on the left are actually going to celebrate. We shouldn't dilute ourselves into thinking
They
otherwise.
are celebrating it. There's already been photographs.
If this monster is ever found, which God willing they will be soon, I think they will be turned into a Luigi Mangione type figure. We're in an era of political
Not
violence.
necessarily. I mean, if he's prosecuted and convicted, Spencer Cox, the governor of Utah, said that he wanted to remind everyone that Utah still has the death penalty.
Yes, but what a lot is saying is that they lionize Luigi Mangione. He's a hero to the left.
Yes, they do.
And when they do catch this guy, the left is going to make portraits of him as a saint, and they're going to put him on their magazine covers.
And they're fake religious candles.
Indeed.
Charlie Kirk was more than
These people are so infuriating. All right, a little bit more. Okay. They act like they do it because they are Christian and they care so much. All right, here's some
Boatload
more.
of people into a room, other people that work here. It's a different thing.
Let me address that. It's not the fear of it. They literally killed him.
They literally killed him. Literally, guys.
The intent is clear, and the risk is not, I am scared of the left. It's that they are killing.
You got to change tact. It's not a loss if you change your tactics. If the enemy develops a new
Oh, hey, it's Ian Crossland. This guy's crazy, by the way. I mean, not to, poison the well or whatever. Yeah.
new weapon in the culture war that's like artillery, and your old position's no longer viable, you just remaneuver to a new position that's more fortified. That's understandable.
The big question is, so there was a story, and I told this before. I mean, I don't know if I should, but we were in Nashville.
Okay. I don't care about your stories, Tim. Tim loves his anecdotes. Yeah, so they glazed Charlie a lot, but obviously, and then they go into breaking news speculation about whether or not there were the number of shooters. I'm not gonna if y'all really want to, you can Hassan voice actively, yeah. And then, obviously, this is before we knew anything, but already, these guys are acting like it was the left and that they knew it. And then we have this clip, which further follows on from previous point that I was trying to make.
One of their
Since,
on-air personalities has been pushing this day in and day out, and they will swear up and down that the right are guilty of stochastic terrorism, while they have done everything they can to demonize everyone on the right. Again, Charlie Kirk, who is very milquetoast, average, everyday Republican, not extreme in any way, and they will call him all of these horrible things because he has opinions that are different to theirs, and it's unconscionable that this is that they continue to do it, because they're going to do it tomorrow. They're not.
Also, get a load of this guy's shirt. Israel, Palestine crossed out, and then he has crusade, and then he's got something of oh god, what was his name? The king, the leper king from Kingdom of Heaven, who was a real dude. Vosh is fixed in the background. Yeah, from when Vosh debated Charlie Kirk, Tim says at the beginning of this that they brought this out here and they put it on the wall because that Charlie had signed it, and so they sort of brought it out as an honor to. Yeah, remember back when Vosh actually went out and debated people? Yeah, that's the last debate Charlie had on Timcast. When was that? A billion years ago? I remember that. Ian Moonlord might actually have some mental issues. The man doesn't just have weird politics. He's actually not sane. Yeah, I've kind of got that, impression.
Not going to stop. I wish.
Listen, I know you guys think this is insane now, but it gets worse.
They would, but the same people.
Yes. King Baldwin, yes. Yeah. By the way, I actually, goddamn, this is probably I enjoyed Kingdom of Heaven, even though it was not at all historically accurate. I thought it was a good movie, or at least the director's cut was good. But yeah.
People are going to make the same comments tomorrow. You see it on X all the time. The only silver lining that I see is most of our politicians, most of the Democrat politicians, have had reasonable responses. Not all of them. AOC has said some garbage stuff.
What did AOC say? I'm not going to interrupt my presentation to go hunting for it, but I bet that she probably just had normal, but whatever.
And a few others.
Or maybe she was based and she gave the Elizabeth Warren take where she said, like, obviously this was bad, but I think it was in 2011.
House floor. That was disgusting.
Exactly. Not all of them, but
Bro, listen, if I was a Democrat, I would also be mad about, like, the Republicans and their ridiculous, okay, let's have a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. Like, a moment of silence is one thing, but then them following up with, okay, let's say a prayer for Charlie Kirk. You know, like, I'm pretty sure this was after they knew that he was dead, too. Like, even they have to admit that the Dems were normal. Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of, well, not all, actually, you know what? I'm sorry, Toby, but oh, Toby, you sweet summer child. It gets worse.
most of them have had reasonable responses to this. A few of them have said, well, you know, it's a gun control problem, which is infuriating. But thankfully, at least the politicians are smart enough to have a reasonable response. But when it comes to pundits and other people on the left, it is the same garbage celebrating this murder. It's disheartening and it's disgusting.
The comment from many people throughout my earlier stream and many in the chat right now is civil war.
Oh, it wouldn't be a Tim Pool podcast, wouldn't be complete without talking about civil war.
There was a comment someone made earlier that I should just put it like this. You go on X, you look in the chat. Everybody is saying that this is a catalyst moment. I have an X post that's going viral. I'm not going to read it. It has 15 million views.
Yes, Tim. Thanks. Yes, we know you're a big dog. You've got almost 3 million subscribers on YouTube. It makes me sad to say this. Even Hassan was fucking horrified. Who is? I mean, you know who is American Progressive? WI. I'm guessing that's your state, which I need to learn the state acronyms, okay? I'm gonna, at some point in the future, I'm going to attempt to claim my American citizenship. I have the documents and I'm gonna fill out the forms. I really need to learn like the state acronyms or the state short forms. I feel very bad not knowing this. But anyway, yeah, even Hassan, Hassan was absolutely horrified. But I think that that's entirely fair. Is it with, yeah, I was just about to say Wisconsin. Yeah, that's WI. Yeah, like, of course Hassan would say that. Oh, hello, Patrick. Yes, Toby, I know, my fellow Canadian. I too will remain Canadian, even if I also become American. I will always love my Canadian homeland with our free healthcare, and a Timcast stream without a Civil War mention is like a Vosh stream without a Weimar Germany reference. True. Connecticut. Wait, are y'all just telling me which states you're from now? Texas would probably be where I would live. Because I have some friends there. And because I think that it would be a cool project to participate in political activism to try to turn that state blue. Kansas. Yeah, I know. Oh, by the way, chat, if y'all don't watch That Guy Doesn't Exist, he's in the chat there. You should check out his streams. He often will stream during the week after Loner. He's the other Loner Box community streamer. Yeah, y'all should go subscribe to him and check out his channel. Once he gets enough stuff, maybe I'll be able to help him build a computer, because right now he's streaming from a laptop. But he's a funny guy, and he has an excellent Donald Trump impression. And I might get him to come on here later to read out any Donald Trump stuff that we come across. But it's so humid. Yeah, I know, Texas is incredibly hot. I've been there like twice, and it is insane. But I mean, yeah, it's a nice place and the people are nice. Okay, yeah, enough of that. Like, obviously, then they start talking about civil war and they start going on about what a civil war would be like. This is where things start to get ridiculous. But he doesn't exist. Shh. Okay, here we go.
That depends on whether or not the president or the Congress or the DOJ will do their duty. The point that I'm trying to make is, while the conservatives have control of the government, they need to exercise power in whatever ways they can. So I don't see a problem with actually trying to use the government to punish people that are engaging in inflammatory rhetoric because they're trying to incite violence, right? If you're out here saying,
Yeah, let's just process that, folks, okay? This guy is basically doing what Laura Loomer wanted, or talking about in the same way that she wanted, talking about using the government to punish people for their speech.
saying, oh, Trump's a Nazi, Trump's a Nazi, Trump's a Nazi. The point of that, the intent, the reason they're
Calling people Nazis means that they should be prosecuted.
saying it is because they want to incite this type of behavior. That's incitement and that's illegal. So maybe the government...
No. Prosecuting incitement is incredibly difficult to do because the United States gives a fuck about free speech. And yeah, like there's a reason why Donald Trump was not like charged with incitement on January 6th. Or like for the January 6th stuff. Like, even though I could make an argument for that, that's just not, like, there's no way that they could have gotten him on that. It's a very hard thing to argue illegally. Yeah, you're right. JD did call Donald Hitler. He did say that. JD Vance did do that. And like, so did some of these other folks, you know? And like, yeah, it's just stupid. It's incredibly stupid. This notion that is that I call someone a fascist or a Nazi, it means that I want that person to go out and do violence. There is no way that that would ever hold up in court.
should start saying, unless you actually have some kind of evidence that someone's a Nazi, maybe the government should go and say, you're actually, by calling people Nazi all the time, you're trying to incite violence, and we're going to arrest you.
Well, that's basically what Trump just said. Those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now.
So maybe the government should exercise the power that it has.
So what? Maybe the government should make it illegal to call people Nazis? I'm not happy with how this played out, obviously.
Thank God someone here is at least slightly sane.
Obviously, but like, I don't think there's a clear-cut solution.
Law.
I don't think there's a clear-cut solution for the government to play here. Wait, if I could finish.
There's no existing law that says that you can charge people for calling other people Nazis or other names.
I don't think the government could have a clear solution here. Again, when you have a motivated, deranged individual who wants to kill somebody with a firearm. We have the Second Amendment in this country.
I'm not talking about taking anyone's firearm or no one's rights away.
No, but Phil, I'm trying to explain that I don't think the government could do anything here given the freedoms of our country and the motivations of a deranged lunatic.
Incitement to violence is illegal.
Bunch of Nazis.
Not that kind of incitement.
Is incitement to violence.
No, it's not. It's not direct incitement. It has to be direct. You have to tell somebody. I think Tim clarifies this later.
You're not seriously advocating that we make it illegal to say punch a Nazi.
It's already illegal.
It is incitement to violence. We don't have to do anything.
Incitement to violence is illegal.
If you tell someone, if you say in a single sentence, so this is the problem. That's why they call it stochastic terrorism. The limit of free speech is a clear and imminent threat, giving someone instruction, time and place, and a target. If you just say, you should do this thing, it's not illegal. So punch a Nazi in and of itself is not incitement. If you said in the same sentence, Phil is a Nazi, punch a Nazi, then it'd be like you're instructing.
When they're saying Trump's a Nazi.
But you guys, that's what we've been getting. We've been getting time and place, right? Like when I've gone out to protests and covered stuff, and when I've gone out to protests to speak up for women, right? And you.
Oh, I can already tell this person's a TERF.
People there going, punch a TERF, and like, I'm going to get you when you walk away.
They're layering it.
But the point is, I'm who they mean.
The left has successfully navigated our legal system to destroy us every step of the way.
Although I feel like TERFs are not really feminists anymore. A lot of them are just conservatives. Oh, here we go. We're about to have an epic Tim Pool rant.
I'm right there. I'm who they mean.
The left has successfully navigated our legal system to destroy us every step of the way. So you will get 100 people on one side of the street screaming, punch a Nazi, which they know is protected, and the other side will point it aloud and say, that's the Nazi. Neither of them have spoken the singular thing. And then they are telling everybody without saying it individually. And we saw this in action in 2017 at Trump's first inauguration, when they instructed everybody, these direct action far left groups, to wear all black, masks, jeans, hoodies, etc., show up in D.C., and engage in acts of violence. And then they did. They set a limousine on fire. They set fires in the street. They smashed windows. They attacked people. They flipped garbage cans. And when the police arrested the group surrounding them all, that group filed a lawsuit against the government and won. Because in the courts, our liberal, beautiful justice system, despite looking in the eyes of all of these people they knew intentionally wore these clothes and brought weapons and damaged and destroyed, they said, our legal system requires you prove the individual did it. And when the police officer would say, I saw that guy do it.
Okay, so he's lying about this. I think he might say this later. I'm not necessarily going to play the entire thing, although I might, but he is lying about how this went down, because I looked this up out of curiosity. And yes, there was a lawsuit that was filed. It was filed on behalf of 4 people. One of them was a photojournalist, and a couple of them were protesters. And their allegations had nothing to do with the fact that they were arrested for being at that protest. The lawsuit, which was, by the way, was settled out of court, was about it was over their treatment while in police custody. The handcuffs were tied too tight. They were not treated very well. They were treated really badly by the cops in DC, and that's what they were suing for. That's what the LCA brought the case for. Tim is making it sound like they sued because that they got arrested for protesting, and that's not true. That's not why they sued.
And I grabbed him and I arrested him, they would just simply say to the judge or the jury.
And also, yeah, I think there was like 300 people, and a bunch of like the government did drop the suit for lack of evidence against a bunch of these people. I don't know that it has anything to do with the fact that they were all wearing masks, but it's because that if you're going to arrest someone who is at a protest, then you damn well better be able to prove that that particular person actually was engaging in vandalism. And there was vandalism that happened, which was obviously incredibly cringe. But not everybody who was there, who was wearing masks or whatever, did vandalism. And the government did charge some people, and some people did go to jail. It just wasn't all of them, nor should it have been, because all of them were not engaging in the action.
How many other people there were wearing the exact same clothes? To which the officer says 200. And they go, is it then not reasonable to conclude this officer may have grabbed the wrong person by mistake who is innocent? And they'll go, yep. So it is no longer beyond a reasonable doubt. In fact, it's hard to know whether or not the cop was right when he said he grabbed the right guy.
I mean, what is the implication here, Tim? Are you trying to imply that this means that they should all just be arrested and thrown in jail even if they didn't do anything? Or are you trying to imply that it should be illegal to wear masks to protest, even though there are lots of legitimate reasons for someone to do that?
Because too many people are wearing the same clothes. So the government said, charge them with conspiracy. They did this intentionally, together, to cover up the crimes committed by the people in their group who intended to engage.
Yes, Tim does have a very punchable face. And also the fact that he wears that beanie all the time is the insecurity. It just oozes off of him.
In violence. And they failed. Then, because of the arrest, the organizers, and I think it was probably like the ACLU, the Lord's Guild, one of these.
Yeah, there it is. The ACLU. He got there.
Liberal organizations, progressive organizations, sued the city. They won, I think it was $1 million. This system cannot survive. Now,
oh my God, he's soying out.
Now, I love the English common law system that we have. It makes total sense to protect the innocent. But communists looked at our plan and said, we can find every hole and break it. And they are.
So the implication is that we should throw it away? Is that what you're saying, Tim? Is that what you're implying? It's time for dictatorship? Because some people might be able to weaponize the justice system. Although, honestly, I reject this. Because this is stupid. He's just a middle-aged skater boy. Yeah. Oh, also, by the way, no one forget, Tim Pool does not think that he is a crazy MAGA dude. He doesn't, or well, okay, he obviously doesn't think he's crazy, but Tim Pool does not consider himself to be MAGA or to be like Republican, but he very obviously is. And I don't know how anybody could watch any of his content without thinking that he is a conservative. Like, even if he is pro-choice, which he is, or even if he has some liberal values, which he does, what matters is that he spends the majority of his time crying and whining and pissing and shitting himself about the left. That's all that matters. Guys, but he is a centrist that's going to vote Dem anytime soon. I know, Dev. He'll vote Dem. Like Piers, he'll have you know he is a liberal. I think Piers is worse about that. He's a centrist, obviously.
And there's no simple solution. This is why there is weak men make hard times make strong men.
Oh my God, it's so cringe.
Strong men make good times, because there will come a time when a
Yes, let's talk about history in the most reductionist ways possible. Thank you.
Culture begins to break down. Everything we're describing is a bifurcation of American culture where one side says we must destroy the other. The other side says, please leave me alone or slow down their Democrats.
Oh my God, the straw manning. Yes, the other side says, please leave me alone or slow down their Democrats. Yes, as they attempt to take away rights from people who aren't doing anything that in any way harms you. Yes, that's right. They just want to be left alone. Yeah. As they attempt to have the government shove its nose into every person's bedroom, and yeah, I'm sure. It is just like, what is this framing? Okay, and then we've got a little more. I don't think Tim really thinks that, other than that he gets turned on by alt girls. I mean, maybe.
Open for debate. We're all, we're all educated people here. We can do that. We can talk about anything. And they've killed that.
There are a bunch of videos going viral of leftists.
TMZ also, apparently.
That are basically saying...
that TMZ thing was tweeted out by Laura Loomer as well. And it was from a stream where, you know what, actually, I'm just going to throw this out there. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. It's right here. I have it because they brought it up. So this is the clip from the TMZ stream. They were talking about the Charlie Kirk assassination. I believe this guy's like the head of TMZ, and he does. I think it's like a stream on Twitch where they're like in the TMZ newsroom. One side just wants to be left. Tim Pool in 1933. One side just wants to be left alone and say, "Slow down, there, social democrats." Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so let's just watch this and then tell me if like TMZ was celebrating Charlie's death. This is when they still have the manhunt for the shooter.
If he's still on the loose because they want to find him. So I would think that that's one of the main reasons they're holding this news conference. So my guess is we're going to see an image of this guy possibly in the next 20 minutes. The news conference is scheduled for 3 o'clock in Utah time, which is 2 o'clock Pacific, 5 o'clock Eastern. Janet, go to have somebody look at the Fox. Trump just posted that Charlie Kirk is dead.
All right, so is this ready to pull the trigger? We can get Trump cut in a second.
What did Trump say?
Yeah, who sent it?
So what did Trump say? Yeah, Trump just said he's dead. Yeah, he just said it. Okay.
And my sympathies
go
out to his beautiful wife.
Like right now.
Yeah. True social. True social.
Where is it?
It's number 2 and pending.
Got it. You're still in it.
You're still in it.
Okay.
Get it up.
Got it. Can someone alert this, Abby or Liam? Or Rob, sorry. I know you're there.
I want to confirm
Okay,
the
it's
people
up.
in the back
Now
weren't
get the
cheering
Trump
about
statement
Charlie
in
Kirk. There's a
immediately.
police chase in Temple City right now, and that's what they were watching, not Charlie
So
Kirk
Donald
related.
Trump just posted that Charlie Kirk is dead.
Yeah, so I mean, as you guys are watching this or what have you, like, did y'all think that they were cheering because, like, in the background there, right before they found out Charlie, like, because of Charlie? Because that's what Laura Loomer thinks. And also, she added him. I don't know why she adds him after she knows that he is dead. But yes, that was her implication. She doesn't really have a lot of evidence for this. It's just like she's just like kind of making this leap. And as they said there was a police chase that the people were watching, and that's what the cheering was about. Yeah. Also, sorry, is TMZ the liberal established little media? No, it's not. They're like a celebrity news magazine. Yeah, breaking pop culture entertainment news as it happens. Yeah, that's what TMZ does. That's what they are. Like, they are not Yeah. I trust TMZ more than Fox. I mean, TMZ's actually not done some. I think that they've done some good work at certain points in time or whatever. And like, obviously, I'm not like I don't know if I would if TMZ is on the same level as like tabloids. Probably not. Like when I say tabloids, I mean, you know, like the National Enquirer or like those tabloids that you see when you go to the grocery store, the ones that are talking like I remember when I was a kid, when I would go to the grocery store with my mom, the tabloids would always there would always be like some tabloid in there going on about George Bush's divorce from what's his wife's name, Laura, like George Bush Jr.'s divorce from Laura. And obviously that did not happen. This was just like a bunch of crap. But yeah, like I think TMZ is probably a little bit more reputable than that. But you know, and yes, Britney was always in the news too. I remember that too. But yeah, okay, so this is the last oh no, I already got this here.
This is just the beginning. Y'all are next, things like that.
Yep.
And what I want to mention about these live events is one of the fears that we've talked about quite a bit is that that shot heard around the world moment. There are a lot of leftists that are sitting there itching to pull a trigger. With this moment, we are now seeing them saying, it's on, this is it. The signal basically went out with Attack on Charlie. That season has begun.
So it is open season.
Well, these leftists are basically, the attitude they're having now is, have we started it? We're starting it now? The threat has increased exponentially. If you understand what
Keep in mind, this is before we knew anything.
I'm trying to say, right? When this group believes that there's no resistance, they just stay at home. With these videos that are going massively viral and they have 10
No, they just stay at home anyway. The people that you are talking about are, what is it, as Willie Mack said, these people don't leave their houses, okay? These people don't leave their parents' basements. The leftists that you are referring to spend all of their time on Twitter crying about Gaza and bitching about Democrats, like, shot heard around the world. Yes, that's right.
tens of millions of views. They're all basically saying, it started, go do it now to each other. Which means the risk factor at all these events is probably 100-fold.
Did you see Barron Trump moved back to D.C.?
Really?
He's finishing college by living in the White House.
I think it's important not to underestimate the amount of vitriol that far leftists has for the average conservative, and that you think you are generally, genuinely irredeemable, genuinely deplorable.
Oh yes, I'm sure that you guys don't think the same thing about us, except when you're talking about the far leftist, you think you're extrapolating that to mean all Democrats. Bed blob revolutionaries, yes, exactly. That's actually what these folks are, okay? Like, never forget what Contra said about them. Our queen ContraPoints. Never ever forget. They don't want power. They want to endlessly critique power from the privileged comfort of their parents' gated communities. Yeah. Because, you know, like, they don't own the house that they live in. Their parents do.
Racist, homophobic, xenophobic, genocide supporter.
I think the same of them.
They wholeheartedly believe that, though.
I think the same of them. I think, did he just say that? Did someone say that in the background? Because, like, you're kind of giving the game away there, buddy.
Racist, homophobic, xenophobic, genocide supporter.
I think the same of them.
Yep, yeah, there it is. Yeah, obviously, we don't like our political opponents and we think bad things about them. But, like, this is an insane level of demonization that yeah, obviously this goes on the left, but I don't know if it goes on the left to the same degree as, like, I mean, I do remember, and Chase, you're in chat, you'll remember this, I'm sure. I remember back when I used to watch Vosh in like 2021 and 2022, where he would like, one of the things that he always said was, they want you dead. And he was talking about conservatives being the they in that particular case. And he would fearmonger like that. But I expect that of him because he's a socialist, you know? Like, I don't typically hear this kind of rhetoric from liberals, although, I mean, as of late, I don't know if I would say they want trans people dead, but I will say that they definitely want trans people in the closet. and they want gay people in the closet. They want like marginalized people or people like sexual minorities to be like not in the public view because they don't want to see them because at the end of the day, like these people's problem with trans people isn't about like ideology or whatever. It's because they think trans people are icky. And like they can't process in their mind about gender dysphoria or any of the issues faced by trans people. They just can't do it. And for a lot of these people, like Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles and Ben Shapiro, they also think that gay people are icky. Yeah, he has titled 10 videos like that. Yeah, I know, I remember. That was actually when I started to get annoyed with him, like the extent to which that he would say stuff like that. And he like lied as well too about that shooting or about the police shooting in Kenosha by like making it like he reported on it before we knew anything about what was going on with that. But yeah. Okay, so scare your viewers into feeling like they have to keep up with news and thus give you more money. Yeah, there's also that too, you know. I mean, I think Lerner did a really sort of funny little impression. Like, I can't imagine watching this every day. I watched all of this. This was 2 hours of them speculating about how the left was evil and violent. And yeah, like and at the end, one of the questions is, do you guys think there is a risk of civil war? And these guys, of course, they think that there is. Oh yeah, so let's see, we'll go to 1 hour and 42 and then I'm gonna move on to the next bit of stuff
right now. Like the tweets that I'm seeing, 15,000 retweets on an account with 5,000 followers saying it's time more now.
It's been quiet for a month. Trump's authority has silenced, and you know when people get silenced, the voice of the unheard.
I saw your cat walking around. Oh yeah, you'll see him walking around. I'm excited. I can't wait till I can get emotes because I'm gonna have some Stuart emotes and some other stuff like that. Because I love my buddy, and I think he's adorable. Watching stuff you hate all day is actually the cause of turbo AIDS. Yeah, true. Oh, also, hold on. Just a moment. Warning, terminal conservative cope incoming. Warning.
Heard, you know what the voice of the unheard is, so they say, violence. It's been
the issue is Trump has been effective in shutting down the far left extremists, sending in the National Guard, these ICE raids as people had voted for, and the left is doing exactly what we all thought was going to happen a year ago. When we on this show said, Donald Trump will use the National Guard. We said it on the show. I've been saying it. Trump will engage in these ICE raids. I asked, I believe it was Sam Cedar, do you think Trump will use military?
Donald Trump has been so effective at shutting down the far left. Like, this must, like, by the way, to these people, Donald Trump has been incredibly successful, like, as a president so far. I guess, like, in these people's worlds, Trump's like incredibly low approval rating just doesn't exist, or like these people just don't care about stuff like the Epstein files or the tariffs or like the extent to which the economy is not doing so great. Yeah. You think you are being witness, but you are just melting your brain, similar to war footage. Yeah, I mean, it's just like all of this is just so all it is like it's literally just stirring outrage. And I mean, conservative media has been like this pretty much all the time. I remember CNN's Lou Dobbs. You guys remember Lou Dobbs? I don't know if you guys remember Lou Dobbs or not. He might be a bit before y'all's time because y'all are young and I'm old. Lou Dobbs is a pundit who used to be on CNN. And I remember I think it was even before the Obama administration. He used to do a show. It would always be I think it was after Wolf Blitzer on CNN, because like when I was still living at home with my parents a long time ago, I would watch CNN when I would have dinner sometimes, and I would tune in and like I would watch The Situation Room with Wolf Blitzer, and then I think right after that it would be the Lou Dobbs Tonight Show, I think. And let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Let me see if I can just find, like, you know what, we're just gonna listen to Tim talk for now.
with these immigration rates, and said yes. He told me I was crazy for thinking civil war was possible, and I asked him, if Trump wins, will he use the military for these immigration rates? And he was like, yes, I think so. Are y'all going to just let him do it? He said, probably, maybe not. The left will not let Trump engage in these ICE raids, deport people, nor send in the National Guard. So what did we see? We're seeing it now. This is the escalation that I feared and we discussed over a year ago. The National Guard has been deployed. The Marines were deployed.
It worked.
Indeed. The National Guard and the Marines were deployed to LA because they were attacking and firebombing federal facilities. So ICE is doing their job, Operation Midway Blitz. The left responds right now online.
By the way, I couldn't find anything about like firebombing ICE facilities. I know there's been lots of protests outside of ICE facilities, and obviously there was that shooting that happened the other day, which these guys are already attempting to spin into saying that the guy was MAGA, or the guy was anti-MAGA, and that he was a leftist, when it looked like the guy didn't really have a lot of political views, and that he was like a crazy sort of, I think I saw a couple jokes about this. It was like the Chad millennial shooter has thought through his political beliefs and writes a detailed manifesto about why he did it, versus the virgin Gen Z shooter. He's just doing it for the memes, lols. That this guy seems to have been the like the manifestation of that second thing. They deliberately ignore things that make them look bad because they, at the core of the whole movement, care more about achieving autocratic power than any shared principle. Yeah, that is unfortunately what has, like, it is becoming increasingly clear. Like, I think that, like, there are some Republicans, you know, like I guess old school Oh yes, ooh, that, like, there were old school Republicans, like Mitt Romney and Mike Pence, who actually did have, like, principles in the sense that they were willing to, you know, like, they cared about things, they valued, like, democracy and stuff. And I think that you could say that about, like, some like older Republicans, but not anymore. Now it's like all of those people are just gone. They just sold it out, you know. I wonder if you flip the other bullets around, they would say, I am not anti-ICE, okay? Yeah, like, honestly, I don't, that bullet picture is incredibly sus. I really don't want to be engaging in conspiracies, but it just looked so fake. It looked so fake. Okay, oh, here we go. This was, like, by and large, I would say, my exposure to conservative media, even though this was on CNN.
This is Lou Dobbs Tonight. News, debate, and opinion.
This is 2009.
Here again, America's most powerful independent voice, Lou Dobbs.
Welcome back. Pro-illegal alien, open borders advocates are attacking Sheriff Joe Arpaio of Maricopa County, Arizona, and they are accusing him of racial profiling. The sheriff for himself says he's enforcing U.S. immigration laws. Advocates including...
Man, it's Joe Arpaio. Jeez, I even forgot about this. This was so long ago. But yeah, this is like, this was every single night that I ever saw this guy. All he would ever talk about was illegal immigration. He was obsessed with it. And of course, shock of shocks, this guy eventually left CNN and he went to Fox, and then he became and he was a Trump supporter. He was a big Trump supporter, you know. Yeah. So, I mean, that's it. It's like, it's all just outrage. It's all just, like, now the outrage is over trans people, but it depends on, like, which pundit you tune into, because some of them are obsessed with illegal immigration too. Oh yeah, Joe Arpaio stayed around. Oh, hey, Spider. Hey guys, it's Loner Unboxed in the chat. Can I give you, how do you make somebody, like, a notable or, like, a VIP? I guess that YouTube just doesn't have that ability. That's unfortunate. Yes, Joe Arpaio is the definition of icky. Okay. Oh yeah, there's been some funny debates going on in my general chat because I tried to invite a guy on, and then because he commented on one of my videos saying that it was an echo chamber, and then I got him to come into my Discord, and I foolishly started arguing with him in text chat when I should have just had him on so that I could have asked him some questions. No, I'm not going to make Spider a mod. It's okay.
I want to say this. We don't know, but I think it's fairly obvious that the assassination on Charlie Kirk is leftist motivated.
We don't know, but I think it's fairly obvious. Thanks, Tim. Thanks at least for saying we don't know. Although for the last like 2 hours almost, y'all have been talking like you do know.
Leftist carried out. That's Occam's razor. There seems to be no other reasonable explanation. But for the sake of cash, the investigation, I'll defer to them to figure out what they, when they do, if they do. Regardless of what actually ends up turning out to be the core facts in the case, one thing is clear. Everyone in this country on the right believes it was the left that did it. The left is celebrating it and believing the left did it as well.
No, the left is not celebrating it. Not the entirety of the left. A fringe, loud minority online is celebrating it. They are like socialists and communists and tanky people.
The left is active on X, Blue Sky, and other platforms. Even Occupy Democrats celebrating his death, celebrating it, saying, well, he was a fascist, and the comments are all agreeing.
Okay. If somebody wants to, can y'all find me what Occupy Democrats actually said? Because I don't think that it was that. I think that it was something more to the effect of the kind of stuff that Destiny said. Except probably a little bit more, with more tact. But to these people, it's all the same thing. To Tim, if you dare to like criticize anything that Charlie Kirk said, or if you point out the fact that he had hateful rhetoric, you are celebrating his death or saying that he deserved it, which is ridiculous.
They are issuing their rallying cries now. It's exactly as we predicted.
Yeah, it sort of is. I don't want to blame the Chinese for everything, but when you say leftism, I think of communism, and then I think of...
Really? Do you? Wow. I couldn't have guessed. It's kind of funny that you, that you think of that, but you think the entirety of... Oh, wait, that's right. All of the left in America are communists, you guys. I forgot for like 3 seconds.
Stalwart CCP would love nothing more than to see their greatest enemy kill itself. And if you could incite that by getting one side of that country to hate the other side, ooh, what a win for you.
It's actually Russia that wants to do that. If you, there's this guy named Alexander Dugin. I don't know if you know about him, Ian, but he's the one who has talked about that. Although I'm sure Russia and China are collaborating.
Because then they don't even know you did it. I don't know. I'm not looking.
It's so much.
But I don't think that this is entirely the fault of that, and I think that you're giving them too much credit by saying that it is. Okay, Americans are just being stupid all on their own.
Longer of a game than that. I mean, it's been stewing in colleges and on the left for ages now. It's not just the Chinese.
We are going to we're going to go to chats.
All right, I'm done with that. Yes, colleges are typically a place where people are more radical or what have you, but that doesn't mean that. Actually, and in fact, it's not even just that. Hey, Kalinda, I feel like I'm the only clip channel getting blasted by the LP community just for uploading faster. Even though Lonerbox gave me permission and I've asked him what not to post, people saying I'm stealing views, but LB gets way more than my clips. What else am I supposed to do? Show a signed document. Feels like I'm cooked either way. I don't know. That's really hard. That's a hard question to answer. I don't know what you can do about that. I think it's just people are just being silly. Doesn't this go back to their point earlier? One side is quoting Kirk's hate, another group saying violence begets violence, and this podcast is connecting the dots to say it's justified because everyone is the far left to the yes, everyone is the far left to them. One side is quoting Kirk's hate, another is saying violence begets violence. This podcast, yeah, basically. Flamoris. Yeah, pretty much. I would say so. Does he think college activists are Democrats? Yes, Chase. To these people, everybody on the left is a Democrat, even if the people in question hate Democrats, as we demonstrated earlier with that commie dude on Twitter. I mean, Hassan Piker comes up in this story too later on, and I do not need to inform all of you about how much Hassan Piker hates Democrats. Hassan hates Democrats more than he hates Republicans. He hasn't said so, but he acts like it. Yeah, also, Spider, not everything that you post is even posted on Loner's channel, and Loner's uploads are often a little bit later anyway. And you also seem to post more like the drama stuff than any of the other stuff. Like, you know, like you posted Loner's conversation with Dan, which I listened to this morning. That was good stuff, by the way. And yeah, like, so like there are things that you will post that Stardust Loner's editor just doesn't post because it's just not stuff that is like relevant or whatever. And you have less subscribers than he does anyway, so I mean your videos are going to get less eyeballs. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Okay, so yeah, we've gone through the Tim Pool thing. Oh, here's some more cringe.
A lot of signal, or a lot of noise. You know, it's hard to separate that from the signal. We do have signal at this point, and right now, all I can say is from Tanya and myself, our thoughts and prayers absolutely go
This is from the night of September 10th.
out to Erica, to the children, to everyone in Charlie's family, the team who was there, and we're working behind the scenes as much as possible to find out exactly what happened, to find out exactly who did this. Charlie
he was assassinated in cold blood.
Charlie Kirk was assassinated in cold blood today, and Charlie Kirk was and is one of my best friends on this planet. And Charlie Kirk is a hero. Charlie Kirk.
Oh, and also, again, like, he was assassinated. At this point, we have no idea who the shooter is or why the shooter did this. There is no idea about the motive. Nothing is known. Everybody here is just making assumptions.
Was the hero when America needed a hero, God sent us a Charlie Kirk to move the youth in 2024.
Cringe!
To do the heavy lift that nobody else could do, what he did with the campus and everything else.
Arizona and Pennsylvania and all the...
Wait, was Steve Bannon named in the Epstein files? God, I can't wait till the Epstein files get released. It should be happening, like, in not too long, because they got enough signatures for that discharge petition.
But those two states with the ground game, President Trump been very difficult, if not impossible, if he did not have the ground game of Turning Point and the efforts of Charlie Kirk.
And after Butler, I said to Charlie, Charlie, are you sure you still want to keep doing these? And he said, Jack, I'm never going to quit.
These guys talk about Butler like it was some sort of crazy thing. Like I said earlier, I didn't realize they thought about this so much. But I mean, like, obviously they have to push the line that the guy at Butler is among they that tried to kill Trump. That, like, it was some nefarious dude, when, like, that guy did not have, like, he was not a leftist. I think he was just like a mentally ill dude who was he just wanted to go shoot a politician so he could get attention or something. I believe that was the, same thing with the, like, I think it was in his 20s, but I was going to say the Gen Z shooter. He did it for the lols, the virgin Gen Z shooter, oh, yesterday along with Elon. That's interesting. I'll have to look that up later.
You can see that today. At was the University of Utah Valley University, out right south of Salt Lake City.
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk. It was about 2 o'clock. It was in your show, so it was like 2:15 Eastern Daylight Time. So I guess it was 12:15 when he would normally have this
Mountain Time.
Massive crowd. I want to make sure everybody understands that the individuals in that tweet, the older guy, looks like is not the shooter. The shooter has not been apprehended.
Yeah, we do not. So President Trump has just announced that all flags to be lowered half-mast until Sunday evening at 6.
Yeah, but they didn't do that for Melissa Hortman or anybody. God, it's just insane, the partisanship. He gets the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the flags being flown at half-staff, the moment of silence, all of which were things that none of these same people did for Melissa Hortman or, like, for any other left-wing figure that was assassinated by a crazy MAGA person.
PM in honor of Charlie Kirk. And yes, Steve, to your point, the shooter who...
I don't know how we get blamed for that, because these guys they just lie about it. That's how they just assume. They're just like, well, someone tried to kill one of our guys, so it must have been one of your guys. And if there's information presented to the contrary, then they'll just keep lying and plug their ears and say, la, 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 I'm not listening.
Or the person who was originally suspected of being the shooter that was making the rounds online. There's some reporting now that that's not the shooter. Obviously, I'm in touch with... Look, everybody knows I'm close to this one. We're all close to this one. We're in touch with everyone we're in touch with. As of right now, what we're being told is that that's not the guy.
want to say also, you can see.
Oh yeah, there was also all kinds of speculation too about like there must have been like somebody in the or people in the crowd as well. Like this was something they were speculating about on Tim Pool, you know, like the guy asked the question about the trans shooters or like when they were having that debate and the guy asked the question about guns. Was that guy in on it? That was a question that was asked. The first guy that they brought up or the first guy that they arrested, like, you know, like there was all these weird questions about whether or not this was a criminal conspiracy. So yeah.
From the video and the shot, Charlie was in very bad shape from the beginning. I want to give a shout out to the people around him, the emergency crew. I think he was airlifted. They worked nonstop on this.
Look, they gave him the immediate care, but that kind of hit is something, and everybody I know in the military, special forces guys started calling me up. They said, I've seen guys take hits like that on the battlefield, and when you have an exit wound like that, it is a very, very hard wound to try to save someone's life just because of the quickness, because of the pressure, the oxygen to the brain. This is something where it's something where it just absolutely breaks your heart, because when you're there, you know what's happening and there's nothing you can do about it.
No, by the way, it is a battlefield. I mean, Charlie Kirk was a warrior. Charlie Kirk wasn't going to back down. After the Butler assassination attempt last summer, you warned him, other people warned him that, hey, Charlie, you're the most exposed person in anybody in this movement.
Wait, Spider, what are you linking here? Destiny in the VOD. Has Charlie Kirk become a MAGA martyr? Oh god, this is Sky News. Is this Sky News Australia?
There's been a shooting. We heard shots. Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Oh, it's okay. Never mind. It's the UK Sky News. God damn it! I have way too many browsers on this computer. But I'll look at that. Spider, you should add yourself dancing to every fan cam. Okay, yeah.
Because Charlie would, it looked like a couple of times a week, go into these crowds, and look at that crowd today at Utah Valley University. It had to be a couple of thousand people, 4,000 or 5,000 people.
No. He knew. He always knew. And he knew, and he would say, I need to do it anyway because it has to be done. And if I don't do it, who else will? Because he had a drive, he had a spirit, he was a builder, he was a father, a husband, and he had this, unlike no one I've ever met, maybe outside of this room, where he just would never stop. And it could be 2 in the morning. I could send Charlie a text, he'd text me right back.
100%.
2 in the morning, 3 in the morning.
The only time he would take Saturday off for the
Oh, by the way, Toby, you don't have to. I don't know if I feel like Maruzzi normally does this. I might ping in Loner Cord once I get to the slop, because I know everybody is going to want to watch that.
Family. Except for Saturday. Saturday, of course. Yeah, Saturday, if you need me, go to Erica. And that was the time he said, that's my time.
But I don't know if Loner wants us doing that, so.
I want to be with God. I want to pray.
Fave taps to help organize. Oh no, I've got tabs to help organize. It's just that I have multiple browsers on this computer that I use for different things. And for streaming, I am not using the default browser.
Yeah, I want to unplug. But my point is that this guy would never stop working. 24/7 operation. 24/6. And
keep going.
The movement that Charlie Kirk started.
Many people yelled at me last time for Teuton. Oh, okay. You know what? That's completely fair. In that case, don't bother if people are going to yell at you. Yeah, because I guess that, yeah, I don't want to, I should probably just try to get the raids, honestly. But anyway.
Will never end. The movement of the youth, the movement to save this country, the movement to ignite a fire for freedom and liberty across this republic. And by the way that he always spoke so forcefully for Christ Jesus, that whenever chance he had to give his testimony for what he believed in and who he believed in and to lift up God's name, Charlie was always the first one to do so.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, obviously that's a lot of cringe there. Oh, thank you for the $2 donation, whoever it was that donated. I do not see the things because I just do not have that, or like I have to figure out why. Why that's not working. But yeah, there is a donate button in the stream description if anybody wants to give me money. I am really enjoying doing this. It's quite a lot of fun. Speaking of, Primus said he wouldn't vote for Kamala even if fewer Palestinians died because she will still support Dennis. I think you mean Prime, right? His name's not Primus. But yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I messaged Wick the other day. I've done Wick panels in the past, a long time ago, like when I was initially trying to do this, but I didn't have the networking then, in order to be able to do it. No, it's okay, Chase. I just, yeah, you know, let's get his name right. He's incredibly stupid, but if you want to actually be able to, I guess, find any of his content or what have you, because I think he still streams. Prime's been around for a long time. I remember, like, back in the day, when Dylan's girlfriend tried to cancel him, unfortunately with Dylan's help. And then Destiny came to his defense. But I think that he took a hit from that. I don't know if Prime even still does panel shows anymore, but I remember his late night panel shows where he would have like 20 people screaming over each other, and like different people would like just come on because they would rotate people in and out. I got that mixed up with Caius. Yeah, Prime Kai is the name of the guy. It's that's how you spell it. Yes, he did debate Destiny a lot. I think honestly, I don't think Prime's a very good debater. He's just not. I just think that but that's just because he's yeah, I don't know. I think Rob Noor accepted my friend request. Oh God. He did one a few nights with, oh, Prime actually did the, all right, yeah, because yes, that's the panel I'm going to be reacting to later, the Pisco panel. Yes, yes, that. Because then I listened to that as I was about to go to bed the night that it was streaming, and I was incredibly triggered. It angered me so much. Okay. So anyway, we go to September 11th here, the next day. And Tim Pool tweets out that there is no exit ramp, which, you know, is just incredibly ridiculous. Oh, this is from Cam Higbee, a Republican who has debated Dylan, and who I wish Lerner would debate on Palestine, or on like Israel-Palestine, because he's like a crazy person. Yes, Destiny did do a lot of Rittenhouse debates. I remember. And yeah, because they found some crazy dudes who said they support Charlie Kirk's killer, and then Tim Pool responds to this by saying there is no exit ramp. Yeah, because, you know, that's such a great message. Good job, Tim. And then we have End Wokeness, allegedly, Jack Posobiec here. Actually, this matches up with the same thing that Jack Posobiec was saying, so let's listen to what this person has to say.
The best part of this whole goddamn thing is that he is not martyr material, so his death will mean nothing. It will activate no one. It will impact few. It's just great.
Yeah, that's that didn't age well. And also, obviously, like, it's really gross to, like, you know, like, say that his death is good or whatever. The best part is that Charlie Kirk is not martyr material. His death won't radicalize anyone. And then he says, they have no idea what's coming. Yeah, a bit ominous again. And obviously, this very much, like, this sounds like the same rhetoric that Posobiec was putting out. But I can't tell, because these people all have this, they all just say the same stuff. Oh yeah, and then here we go with another, I am not going to play this, because that if I do, then this will get stuck in my head, whatever song this is from, and I don't want it to be stuck in my head. But yes, make these demons famous. Demons is a word that all of these guys enjoy using, as you will see as we continue. And End Wokeness right here is, you know, End Wokeness basically, like, End Wokeness is another account, like Libs of TikTok, that basically just posts crazy clips of people in order to like highlight them and drive harassment in their direction. Like, basically, yeah, they're just one of those accounts that amplifies, like, you know, the craziest voices. This is like looking at Hassan's chat and saying the Dems support is the Israeli embassy shooter. Yeah. basically. Yes, demons. It's bots all the way down. Hello there. It's all demons. Okay, yeah, so, and then we have, Laura spends the day harassing more randoms on Twitter and calling for them to be fired. So I just have one tweet here, like, just to, I guess, like, look at an example of this. You know, she says, cancel him in response to this comedian, saying something about this. Like, isn't it just refreshing to finally see an assassination pulled off successfully this time? Like, yeah, so again, like, she just wants, and I mean, like, she's also been doing, she did worse stuff than this too. Like, she was hunting down the Facebook pages of anyone who was brought to her attention who worked for the federal government, like people like 911 dispatchers and people also who work in the federal government as well too, saying that that she, yeah, like that, and she wanted them to be fired basically, you know. So yeah, like, and I think that if it feels worse than that. Like, it's one thing to like pressure a company to get rid of somebody who like is saying some crazy stuff online, although to be honest with you, even I think that's stupid. I think that that's too far to like fire somebody who expresses a political opinion on the internet, unless it's like, maybe unless it contributes to a hostile work environment, or you could make that argument. Like, if I'm Jewish and I find out that that Nick Fuentes is working at my retail technology store, like he's working at the same store as me, side by side with him or whatever, or some groper dude who is active online, then yeah, I might feel like more than a little bit uncomfortable because of all the crazy stuff that person has said. But even that, I don't know if I would go as far as to say that, unless they started like expressing those opinions to me directly. But yeah, like, I think that that's kind of a little bit more, but that would also be a thing that would be up to the company. But firing people from the federal government because they said random stuff on social media. Okay, End Wokeness also attacks Ilhan Omar because she was critical of Charlie, and again, like, she did the same thing where she just talked about Charlie Kirk. And then he goes after her for seemingly calling for restrictions on speech, as though he's not also advocating for restrictions on speech. I'm not going to like play all of these, but, and yeah, the word demon comes up a lot. Matt Walsh and Laura Loomer say it a lot in terms of talking about the left. Like, they just love saying these people are demons. And then, you know, and then we've got Matt Walsh over here. Or no, this is Tim Pool. You don't have to act violence, but I'm confused. You thought the revolution would be magically bloodless. Like, anybody who's talking about the revolution is not a Democrat, okay? Charlie didn't want anyone dead, but these people are demons who lie intentionally to spread violence. Demons! Literally demonizing, yes. Okay. Oh. Yeah, so... Oh, and then Laura Loomer starts publicly fuming with Mike Nellis, who is like a Democratic fundraiser and entrepreneur. Like, she spends so much time going back and forth with this guy and just like getting angry with him. Like, she's just basically because he calls her out here, because this is that insane tweet that she tweeted about the left needing to shut down leftist organizations. And then Mike Nellis says, Loomer once doxed my home address on this website and reportedly encouraged her followers to go after me, resulting in death threats that mentioned my son. And then she responds with, "You're a liar, Mike, and you belong in prison." Jesus! You and your business partner got rich, blah, blah, blah. And then she like tries to accuse, tries to send President Trump to jail for the rest of his life. Oh yeah, because apparently her business partner was one of the judges in the case against Trump. You people on the left are demons, always pretending to be the victims when you try to ruin lives and get people killed. The politicians you and Judge Merchan's daughter work for created the climate that allowed Charlie Kirk to be assassinated in broad daylight. It's because sick people like you exist on this planet that our country has gone to hell. I hope you have a moment of solitude. I hope you never have a moment of solitude ever again, and that You are forever haunted by the chaos you have created for our country. I know you leftists want to make everything about you, but nobody cares about you or your family, Mike. You don't matter. I mean, geez, Laura, you seem to care, considering that you wrote all this, and then you spend multiple days feuding and sniping back and forth with this guy on Twitter. Yeah, Laura spends like multiple tweets attacking this dude. And oh, yeah, but like I bring this up mainly to highlight stuff like this. You are a disgusting person, Mike. Karma is real. So she's basically implying that something bad is going to happen to Mike because he's a Democrat. Vosh used to say demons a lot too. Yes, Vosh did say demons a lot, referring to Republicans. And I did not like the way that he did that. Although now I'm, yeah. The clip of Loomer trying to flirt with a neo-Nazi and being instantly rejected gets funnier every day. Yeah, I agree. And also, if you want to link that in stream suggestions, if you're in my Discord, Patrick, please do so. I should get like Nightbot or something in here to get a command for Discord. I don't know why, but actually, let me see if I can fix it. She said Charlie didn't want anyone killed, but yeah, I know she loves doing that. Zelensky confirms Ukraine received Patriot air defense system from Israel. Battery is already operational. Oh, that's nice. Thanks, BB. You actually did something right for once, considering that they were rejecting sending Israel or sending Ukraine anything. Okay. Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, yeah, that's right. Laura Loomer tried to run for Congress in Florida. I forgot about that. I have not seen the South Park episode. I would like to see that clip. Well, you know what? You're about to. Here you go. Yes, Spider, there is such a bot. It's just that nobody in Loner Cord has bothered to set it up. I asked. Embo is supposed to set that up. I gave him the information and he just hasn't done it yet. Okay.
Your hair and your eyes look so good. You're like beautiful.
Thank you.
You're like an Aryan degenerate goddess.
Thank you.
I love it.
Thank you. You're Aryan too.
I know, but I'm Jewish.
It's okay.
The Nazis hate me.
It's fun.
The alt-right people want to put me in a gas chamber because they're obsessed with the Jews.
I think they're just memeing on you, but it's okay.
They're just jealous because I had big tits and an Ashkenazi IQ.
Yes, that's what it is. Yeah. You got it.
I'm going to tell you a secret. Like, do you know so many people in this movement who preach trad life are like fucking people on the side and like cheating on their partners?
That's
like,
so bad.
Like, they're not even like really trad life.
Such
like,
scum.
your hair and your eyes look
Oh, man. Yep. No, Spider, in order to set that up, it's not about being a mod. You have to be like an admin in the Discord. And like you would have to stay an admin because it ends up being connected to your account. So yeah, somebody like Embo has to do it. Okay. Oh, and but yeah, basically, so Laura is essentially saying she thinks something bad's gonna happen to Mike. Oh, and here we go. I'm not gonna focus too much on Candace, but I just really want to bring this up. Candace Owens has some questions, guys. Who called the hit on Charlie? We need answers. Yes, she's jacking off real hard, just asking questions, JAQ. Okay. Oh, so then later on, the Steven Crowder story comes out that says that internal ATF documents claim trans ideology messages were written on the shooter's bullets. And then we, of course, get Matt Walsh tweeting this out. Please don't make me listen to her voice, please. Oh, unfortunately, that might be coming up, but we'll see. Rumble sucks. Oh, just don't make me. Oh, Candace Owens. Yeah, I'm probably not going to, no, because she like took this to conspiracy land real quick. Yeah. So yeah, here we go. So this is Steven Crowder's tweet, and then Matt Walsh goes, important reporting here from Steven. If this is more trans terrorism, we must bring ruthless vengeance down on these savages, but more confirmation is needed. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, these people are Christians. Or at least they claim to be. In fact, like, they claim to be so much that they make it a big part of their identity. So, yeah. And then someone responded with, no way some transgender hit that perfect shot from 200 yards away. This was a trained professional. And then Matt Walsh says, plenty of ex-military T-slurs out there. I don't know if that's what happened or not, but there's absolutely nothing implausible about it. Hopefully we'll find out soon. Yeah, you know, Matt Walsh just casually throwing around the T-slur. Okay, so... And then Laura calls for arresting people who glorify political violence. We see that. I'm not going to like go through every single Laura Loomer tweet. She tweets a lot of insane stuff. I will say though that one thing that happens is because Laura is very pro-Israel, she does start calling out people like Ian Carroll and then later Candace Owens, who immediately jump on the we want to blame this on Israel train. So I mean there is that. And then we have this. More Matt Walsh insanity. I know some of you want to do the kumbaya thing. You want to say that the celebration of Charlie's death is only happening on the fringes. I'm sorry, but that's just not true. They jeered and heckled him in Congress yesterday. The left wants us dead. That is the mainstream view. It just is. It's the truth. They couldn't be any clearer about it. Stop lying to yourself. Face the facts and act accordingly. What does that mean, Matt? What? You mean act accordingly to protect yourself, right? You mean hire private security, right? You don't mean anything else. I hope that that's all that you mean, because that sounds kind of crazy. Oh yeah, and then later on, I think he might have said the most. Oh yeah, Matt Walsh says a bunch of really inflammatory stuff, but I think Laura Loomer is probably by far the worst. But she's also like, I know she's a provocateur, so I'm not going to focus too much on her. However, we can see that she is saying the same stuff that all the rest of these people said. And then Tim Pool says Comedy Central shouldn't have pulled the South Park episodes mocking Charlie Kirk after the assassination. Jack Posobiec also agrees too, and they say that's because that Charlie wouldn't have wanted that, which, you know what, I guess a rare moment of humanity there. And I think I agree with that. And then Tim Pool goes back to being crazy, which is his normal speed. He writes, holy fuck, and this is in response to this International Business Times. First, Charlie Kirk. Are Candace Owens or Ben Shapiro next? Fear grows for conservative influencers. Yeah, okay, so, I mean, obviously this article is incredibly sensationalist, but Tim is just fanning the fear-mongering there. And then Tim responds to this CNN article. He says CNN refuses to admit the truth that the statements are trans Antifa ideological. By the way, this is before we knew about any of the bullet statements. All they had, and also like nothing on those bullets was like quote unquote trans ideology, unless you think that that notices bulge ooh woo thing. I'm sorry, ooh woo was like it's trans ideology, which as far as I'm aware, it's not. But that's been used in a whole bunch of different ways. Federal officials probe rifle and ammo scrawled with cultural phrases after Charlie Kirk's killing. Yeah, see, they're not jumping to conclusions like you guys are, so of course you're mad at them for it. Cultural phrases, fuck those CNN. Trump just sent the military over to shut them down today. Oh boy. Yeah, let's be insane. Erica Kirk has a foundation called Romanian Angels that gets Romanian orphans to US military members. I think that she does something. Oh, that was another conspiracy that I saw. I think that like she used to work for something. I don't know if it's gets I like wait, what do you mean by that? Like, I know that she's, like, trying to help, or, like, that she does, like, some work like that for, with, like, Romanian orphanage agencies, and I understand that there was, like, apparently some sex trafficking and stuff, but I don't know that her, or rather, like, I don't want to spread, like, misinformation about, stuff that she's doing there, but, yeah, people were spreading around conspiracies trying to allege some stuff related to, like, that, related to like Erica Kirk's like foundation that she was involved with being related to Israel, an organ donor thing, or it but I don't know, man, that's a whole other thing. Oh, here we go. Now we get into the hypocrisy. So, someone wrote, so this person tweets this out. Medical experiments are now saying that Charlie Kirk probably didn't even have enough time alive after the incident to recognize the irony of it. And then Matt Walsh responded with, these kinds of posts have hundreds of thousands of likes. This is not fringe. The mainstream left wants you dead and will spit on your grave. The fringes are the very few voices who don't feel that way. Like, it's a joke, dude. Calm the fuck down. It's a joke. But hey, did he have the same smoke for when people tweeted about for when people were making jokes about, when conservatives were making jokes about Paul Pelosi on Twitter? Nope. Absolutely not. This is all he had to say about Paul Pelosi. And he basically was just pushing the like all he was doing was deflecting away from the fact that the attacker was a crazy MAGA dude. But yeah, he didn't have anything else to say about it, even though there were a lot of people on his side who were making crass jokes about it. And you know what, if they want to do that, that's fine, but it's stupid that they feel the need to jump on liberals who do the same, or leftists or whatever. Oh yeah, Laura Loomer is upset about the $100,000 reward. Yeah, that's fine. Oh. I mean, I was a bit surprised that the reward was that low. Israel and organ donation. You're going into deep anti-Zio conspiracies. You know where I saw that? It was in a Kyle Kalinske video where he like went over a bunch of conspiracies. And like his point was that like the FBI handled this so poorly, is handling this so poorly that it's allowing these conspiracies to fester. But it's kind of weird that I don't know. So Mehdi Hassan, who has been based during all of this, basically came out and challenged that Charlie Kirk is a fierce warrior of free speech, because apparently Charlie Kirk demanded that he be deported and stripped of citizenship because he didn't like a monologue on COVID that I did on MSNBC. And then Matt Walsh responds to this with, "You are pure scum," you know, because that's, yeah. Um, And then Laura Loomer takes time out of harassing and calling people demons to put out some information about the shirt that the shooter was wearing. At least she's trying to help, I guess. I don't really need to link that. And then Jack's Human Events post a tribute to Charlie, which is this. It's really long, but I mean, and I kind of skimmed over it, but I see like, they took away my friend. We've got this, you know, like, I don't know who is the they. I hate the way that people say they. This is just like stuff that a bunch of people who knew Charlie wrote. And I'm not going to read it, but I'm sure that it was all sane and normal and nothing crazy. I'm just going to cope and hope that that's the case. And then we've got old Benny Boy.
Now, it's still up to us. I saw a lot of rumors online today. I was made aware of this by my team that I canceled some sort of college tour. That's bullshit. I saw those rumors. They are false. I will be coming to college campuses, many of them this year. So will we all, I am sure, because we're Americans and we're not going to be deterred. Charlie's voice is not silent. We're going to pick up that bloodstained microphone where Charlie left it. And to those who would intimidate, who would seek to stop us, who would seek to end free discussion, who believe...
Oh, okay. I mean, listen, maybe I can look into that later, Chris. I just don't want to, like, I guess, spread stuff around that might not be. Like, I'm aware that that she did stuff with orphanages in Romania, but I don't know if she was part of that investigation or not, if it was her agency.
Believe that they have ownership over public spaces and can violently threaten and kill people who speak freely. We are not going to stop, and I have two words. Fuck you. We will not stop telling the truth. We will never stop telling the truth. We will never stop debating and discussing. We will never stop standing up for what America is and for what she should be. And we will never let Charlie Kirk's voice die. Goodbye to my friend, Charlie Kirk. May your memory be a blessing for your family and for your country and for all of us.
Oh, he's doing the may his memory be a blessing thing. I remember hearing about that. I forget sometimes that Ben is not a Christian. Never stop stopping. Yeah, I mean, like, so this is like, you know, it's just, we will never stop debating and discussing. We will never stop, you know, yeah, like, he's trying to make it seem like there is like some coordinated effort to target conservatives, which kind of fits into that overall narrative there. And then, so now we get into the evening. Oh yeah, I just thought this was funny, so I'm gonna like bring this up because it's ridiculous that I don't know why. If he wasn't wearing a yarmulke, I wouldn't know. Yeah. But I mean, it's, you know, it's whatever. It doesn't really matter that much. He is a social conservative. Whether he is Jewish or Christian doesn't really make much difference. Like, I don't think his support for Israel comes from the fact that he is Jewish, because a lot of these right-wing Christian conservative people supported or support Israel. He played the Schindler's List song on violin beautifully as a boy. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. He clocks so Jewish. Yeah, Toby, but you're Jewish. You're allowed to say that about him. I don't want to say that shit. Okay, so, oh my god, it's Baked Alaska. Do any of y'all remember this dude? I didn't realize that this person was still around. This guy, by the way, live streamed going into the Capitol on January 6th. He was one of those people that was there, and he got arrested and charged for it, although I imagine Trump probably pardoned him, but yeah. When I commented Trump's ear shooting looked fake, YouTube banned me for 24 hours for hate speech. That's interesting. Same with Prager. Wait, is Prager Jewish too? I don't think he is. Isn't he Christian? Oh, okay. Laura is like posting these tweets. Andrew Kimmel. Who is Andrew Kimmel? Supervising producer of ABC Shark Tank, former head of Live Bubs. I mean, this guy is like no one. Okay, whatever. At Charlie Kirk was just shot while speaking in Utah. Let us pray for his recovery and safety. This is horrific. And this guy says, if only thoughts and prayers had worked. And then Baked Alaska cries about this. And then Laura Loomer responds with, "Oh, it's because Mark Cuban's from Shark Tank, but this is the type of culture you have helped create, MK." This is very silly though. Like, Mark Cuban, really? Okay then. Does Mark Cuban even work for Shark Tank anymore? Is that even a thing that he still does? I mean, it might be. Oh, Prager is responsible for a Judeo-Christian values thing. There's no. The Judeo-Christian values thing is older than that. I'm pretty sure that it's older than that. Maybe not the term Judeo-Christian values, but the idea that America is a Christian nation founded on Christian principles or what have you is much, much older than that. That goes back to like the religious right days of Ronald Reagan. Maybe even earlier. But yeah, okay, so but yeah, so like Laura is basically attacking somebody there for making that joke about thoughts and prayers. Now, obviously, of course, does Laura Loomer pass the Paul Pelosi test? She sure doesn't. And she just amplifies wait. Oh no, that's Paul Pelosi Jr. Notice in the video, Paul Pelosi is in his own. Yeah, she amplifies that conspiracy, the gay lover conspiracy. She has 2 tweets that mention Paul Pelosi, and one of them is not even about the same Paul Pelosi. Like, I mean, I'm not surprised that she amplified that conspiracy theory because she is a provocateur, but even so. Yeah, he might have. Prager refuses to consider non-religious Jews as Jews at all, just like Shapiro. Wow, nice. Oh, Prager is Jew. Okay, he promoted the idea of cartoon child porn and then fell down some stairs and became paralyzed. What? Oh, Dennis Prager is. Wait, Dennis Prager is paralyzed? What? I didn't. Really? I guess it's because I've never really seen him walk, because I've only ever seen him in YouTube videos. Okay. Oh yeah, Laura attacks Cenk Uygur and says that he's been calling for people to attack. Okay, and then Matt Walsh posts a 12-minute video. Actually, we're not gonna watch this whole thing. Let's just he lies and says Charlie was willing to talk to everyone. Yeah, this is something that we've all said. And then
and did. And now he's gone. We've seen him die right in front of our eyes on stage. He died while trying to have a free and civil debate, which is all that he ever did. He didn't insult, he didn't defame, he didn't shout anyone down. He invited everyone to come and speak to him, to prove him wrong. And for that, they killed him. I have to tell you that as a fellow conservative in the public eye, you know, I always worried that they would come to this, that eventually they would start killing us.
The victim complex here.
But I never thought it would be Charlie. He was the nicest, most generous, and charitable of us. Far less inflammatory than plenty of other people in the space, myself included.
There it is again.
And they killed him in spite of that. Or not in spite, but because. He was too effective. He was too widely beloved, especially among the younger generations. So they killed him. I can only be honest with you in this moment and tell you that I am sad, I am heartbroken, and I am full of rage. If you want a kumbaya message of unity and togetherness, you will not get it from me. Over the past 24 hours, I've seen some in the media, some of the very same people who intentionally stoked murderous hatred against people like Charlie Kirk, and Charlie Kirk specifically, now saying that we need to turn down the temperature Start having conversations.
No, President Trump needs to turn down the temperature. But yes, typically after a political assassination occurs or there's political violence, the next step is that you should try to turn down the temperature. But I understand that you will not do that.
Well, Charlie tried to have conversations with you on the left, and you killed him for it.
Ugh.
You're killing us in our churches. You tried to kill our president. You killed one of our greatest advocates.
No, we didn't try to kill your president. That was one of your people.
It's in Charlie Kirk. You have been openly cheering for and celebrating and encouraging and committing political violence for years. Antifa, BLM, well-funded, highly orchestrated, widespread movements based in...
Okay, it's time. I would just like to direct everyone's attention here to, and I did find more than one of these, but this is the study that this study seems to be the gold standard. This is a peer-reviewed study, by the way. Okay, when I asked the AI to give me links to a bunch of studies because ChatGPT is an amazing Google scraper and like it's helpful to find stuff quick if you're looking for it or whatever. And I asked it in a neutral way. I basically just said, "Hey, can you link me some peer-reviewed studies that talk about political violence on the left versus the right?" And every single one that it found said that it is right-wing extremist violence that is far more prevalent than left-wing. Okay, and this big study, this came out in 2022. All right, so yeah, we've got our abstract here, but although political violence has been perpetuated on behalf of a wide range of political ideologies, it is unclear whether there are systemic differences between ideologies and the use of violence to pursue a political cause. Prior research on this topic is scarce and mostly restricted to self-reported measures. Goddamn, this page does not resize well. Actually, hold on. My eyes are bad. But yeah, so prior research on this topic is scarce and blah, blah, blah. Moreover, it is generally focused on respondents in Western countries and limited to either comparisons of supporters of the left and right-wing causes or examinations of only Islamist extremism. In this research, we address these gaps by comparing the use of political violence by left-wing, right-wing, and Islamist extremists in the United States and worldwide, using two unique data sets that cover real-world events. So this is very thorough. I'm not going to read this whole thing because I am not a smart individual, or I'm not like I'm not gonna I'm not the type of person who understands like this kind of thing enough to be able to like dig into this data and like critique it in that way. Historically speaking, political violence has been perpetuated by on behalf of a wide range of political ideologies. This was just a willingness to use violence for a cause is independent of ideological spectrum. They're given the sufficient blah blah blah. At the same time, individuals espousing different ideological views have been found to differ with regards to personality profiles, cognitive functioning, social motives, values, and moral beliefs. However, despite the growing interest in political ideology, there were few studies, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Left-wing versus most prior research has contrasted those committed to left or right-wing causes. Much of this research suggests that compared to left-wing extremists, right-wing extremists may be more likely to engage in politically motivated violence. In comparison to left-wing supporters, right-wing individuals are often characterized by closed-mindedness and dogmatism and a heightened need for order, structure. Okay. Do you guys have the conclusion? Oh yeah, you talk about Islamism. Oh, is this the whole study? It might be. Oh, interesting. Data set. Violence, ideology. Is this? Okay. Ideology, overall percentage, Islamist 17.6, left wing 23.4, right wing 59%. Yeah. Education, marital status. So this is about other stuff with people. Violent, non-violent. So these guys like did a bunch of stuff regarding politics. Like they didn't just talk about like killings. Our primary predictor was a mutually exclusive category variable and included individuals who were identified as committed to Islamist right-wing or left-wing causes. Okay. Our main outcome variable was whether the act committed by an individual was violent. Okay, yada yada. Results. To examine the relationship. Why isn't Islamist classed as right-wing? I mean, I would argue that it is, but it's because it's a different kind of right wing than like your typical Western right wing. And I think that's probably why. And because it like, I think that, American conservatives or like, cause it's not the same kind of right wing. And yeah, like, I don't really think that that is a good idea to like, just sort of lump all those things together. You know, it would be like the same thing as lumping, yeah, and they do have different motivations. Although, like, really, I don't really think that there's a lot of difference between American social or the American religious right and like Islamic fundamentalists in a bunch of different ways. Or at least if you go the further right you go. And that's why you have people like Nick Fuentes praising the Taliban. But yes, it should be classified differently because they do have different motivations. And you don't want to lump all them together. Like it's like lumping liberals together with like communists and socialists and saying all of them are the same on the left. It's not like a great idea. You kind of want to separate that out, especially since Islamism is sort of like a unique thing. So like different religious extremisms should be categorized differently because they don't come from the same place necessarily. We used yada yada yada. Model with that. Yeah, I don't understand any of this, so I'm not even going to try. Compared to the individuals associated with right-wing ideology, individuals with left-wing ideology. So when compared to individuals associated with a right-wing ideology, individuals adhering to a left-wing ideology had 68% lower odds of engaging in violent versus non-violent radical behavior. And then they give their formula for this here. On the other hand, the differences between individuals motivated by Islamist and right-wing crimes was not sufficient. So yeah, there's not much difference there, they say. Expressed in terms of predicted probabilities, the probability of left-wing violent attack was 0.33, that of right-wing violent attack was 0.61, and that of Islamist violent attack was 0.62. These findings remained robust after we controlled for demographic variables, age, sex, minority status, immigration status, prior criminal experiences, military experience, and decade in which the perpetrator entered the database. The control variables, immigrants were less likely to engage in violence. Those who had a prior violent criminal record were more likely to engage in violence. Further, older individuals and those identified as white were less likely to engage in violence in this sample. Older individuals and those who identified as white were less. Okay. Finally, when contrasted with the 2010s, persons whose date of exposure was in the 1970s and the 1980s were more likely to be violent, and those in the 2000s were less likely. So yeah, and then they go through their data set. But like, I think you can see basically from this, yeah, like Islamist left-wing and right-wing ideology, like they say that given that events were nested in groups, given that events were nested in groups and countries, but groups were not necessarily nested in countries. To test our hypothesis, we used a classified blah 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 blah. We needed discussion. In table 4, we examine the effects of ideology. Both data sets examined. Yeah, but like, I mean, you kind of get the idea here. Supplemental material. So yeah, I mean, this is very thorough, and these guys basically determined, like, yeah, right-wing violence is more than left-wing violence. And more than Islamist violence in the United States. This is well, actually, no, this is the world too. Yeah, so, you know, and that's not even the only one. Then there was also this one. Oh no, this isn't a study, although there were other studies. This is like introducing the United States to extreme. This is like the extremist crime database. Come on, ResearchGate. Terrorism and political violence. So yeah, I'm tired of this lie that these people are trying to propagate. Like, it's not true. Anyway. Yeah, that one is the world. Which, you know, is kind of surprising considering, like, I guess, like, the Middle East and whatnot, and then some of the terrorist attacks in Europe. But, like, that's also the bias, right? That's the pattern recognition bias that happens, where people just sort of assume that sort of thing, so... Okay. Yeah, so Laura makes, right. Oh, let's see here. Same, they killed Charlie. Yeah, so that was the they killed Charlie thing. Oh yeah, he repeats the same they killed Charlie thing, and then also, yeah, he says that Charlie never defamed anyone.
And fueled by violence. You made a hero out of Luigi Mangione. And you celebrate Charlie's death even now. It's too late to turn the temperature down. This is not a time to hold hands. It's a time for justice. It is a time for good to fight back against evil. It is time for the righteous to prevail for the sake of our country and for our families and our children and for Charlie. And many of you have seen all the...
Do you, if you want, I can link it. There it is, if you're curious about it. Okay. Right, yes.
myriad posts and videos from leftist demons celebrating Charlie.
Demons!
Death. I know we want to tell ourselves that these are fringe voices, but they aren't. There's a very large group of people out there who want us dead. Even in Congress, they tried to have a moment of silence after Charlie's passing, but Democrats jeered and heckled. In Congress. This is who they...
Yes, Matt, we know. You're so mad about that.
They are. Not on the fringes. In the main. They could not possibly make themselves any clearer about it. But I do want to say this. When I see these rodents gloating now over the death of...
Rodents?
My friend, I'm, of course, disgusted by it. Yet also, I truly see it as a powerful tribute to Charlie's life and work. Charlie had many friends who loved him dearly, many fans who adored and admired him. That's without a doubt the greatest...
Oh, also, Charlie Kirk never defamed anyone is something that that he pushes here. I think Paul Pelosi would like a word.
I mean, I'm looking at Politico.com. I'm looking at the New York Times. I'm looking at all these places, and There's a little bit of mention here. For example, Politico says top Republicans reject any link between GOP rhetoric and Paul Pelosi assault. Of course you should reject any link. Why is the Republican Party, why is the conservative movement to blame for gay schizophrenic nudists that are hemp jewelry makers breaking into somebody's home, or maybe not breaking in?
No, Charlie Kirk's not black. Look at him. He's white. He's hella white. Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to play this whole thing because you all have probably seen this like 2 billion times. But like, you can see here, he is basically defaming Paul Pelosi by pushing that gay lover conspiracy theory that Elon started. And, you know, of course, as obviously, he goes on to say, like, some amazing patriot should bail out the alleged Paul Pelosi attacker in order to, like, ask him questions. Which, yeah. So it's kind of ridiculous for Matt to say that Charlie never defamed anyone or that he never said anything inflammatory. He just wanted to save young men.
Testament to the sort of man he was, no question about it. But as a true culture warrior, it must be said that the evil gloating of his enemies are accolades in their own right. May we all be so successful and productive that our...
All right, yes, Matt, we know.
Now, it's too late to turn the temperature down.
Oh no, that wasn't it. Oh, this is it. This is the one that I wanted.
In life, Charlie motivated and rallied us to put on the armor of God and
the armor of God! Listen, I'm sorry, okay? But when I see that...
fight for what we believe in.
This, all I can think of is this. This is all that I can think of. No, wasn't this. I get just this.
We should meet the enemies of God.
There are those among you who may disagree with our succession, but it is war.
We must not go to war. We do not want it, and we may not win it. Blasphemy!
An army of Jesus Christ which bears his holy cross cannot be beaten.
Does the Count of Tiberius suggest that it could be?
There must be war. God wills it!
Yeah, all I can think of, it's just like such cringe Crusader vibes. That's what I think of when I hear them talk about the armor of God. Like, I am trying so hard not to be bigoted toward Christians because these people are so cringe about it. Yeah, well, listen, like, these people don't represent, like, I'm sorry, but like Christians, these people are not Christians, okay? I am going to gatekeep, and I am going to know true Scotsman. Or like they're not. They might be Christian, but they certainly don't act like they are. They are not Christ-like. I think if the Dan Saltman and Spider Bridge happened, it would be peak DEI farm. I'm sure you do, Spider. I'm sure you do. Speaking of DEI, where's my kitty? Because, you know, Spider thinks my cat is a DEI cat, which is a bit weird. I know, but Jesus is Lord. Like, listen, Jesus was a cool dude, okay? Mostly. But, like, I feel like none of these people, like, espouse his message. When you have Matt Walsh talking about, like, we need justice, like, you have to have retribution and all this insanity, you know? Like, that's not Christ-like, guys. And then Matt Walsh engages in more fear-mongering. Oh. Again, I know she's a provocateur, but I just gotta bring this up because it's funny. Well, it's not funny. It's kind of ridiculous. Peak DEI cat. I have an idea. If you want to abolish the Department of Education, or if they want to abolish the Department, they should rename it the Department of Patriotism and name the building the Charlie Kirk Building. The department can be focused on teaching American youth about the importance of loving our country. Yeah, okay. That's some fascist shit right there. Like I don't know, like I said, yeah. Oh, okay. And then we've got this. This is probably going to be the only time that I will do this. Let's see if this will even play, because Rumble hates me and it's so stupid. Come on, Rumble. You can do it. I believe in you. You should have a cat off with Vanellope. Listen, I think we both love our cats equally, okay? Also, Vanellope has 2 cats. 2! I hate Rumble. I hate it so much. Come on, Rumble. You can do it. Oh, nice. I'd like to get another, but I can't afford to have another. Propaganda class, Jesus. Now they want the H youth, the Hitler youth in America. Yeah, basically. Like, that's essentially, like, when I hear stuff like that about, like, like, we need to be teaching kids to love America, and like, we have to be indoctrinated, then yeah, like, I immediately get Nazi Germany and like fascist Italy, or like basically any sort of fascistic country vibes, or like, the communist stuff. Yes, Rumble is garbage. I could not download this video. It is so stupid. It'll start playing, but I can't skip ahead. It's just really annoying. It's like, this is like the worst video player. I've tried turning off the ads, I've tried doing everything, and this thing just does not work. I mean, whatever. I'll see if I can get this clip for like when I make this into a video. But the general gist of it is that Laura Loomer basically says Charlie Kirk was a moderate, and that he didn't, and that like he never did anything wrong ever, is basically like, I didn't even get to watch the entirety of her stream because that because Rumble would not let me. But yeah, like she says that. And also, and then she spends, I think, a bunch of her time on that stream, because it's written in the description, basically like harassing more random people and trying to get them fired from their jobs. And then oh yeah. And then we have this. Hopefully now everyone understands why I'm so rabidly determined to have every single Obama and Biden holdover purged from the Trump admin. Evil walks among us and they have access to the president. Fuck their feelings, fuck their jobs, fuck their dignity, fuck them all. This is war. Yeah. And like I said, like, she's trying to get like random people fired from the federal government. And then she claims that the Democratic Party should be banned in a reply to Chuck Schumer. And Tim Pool starts talking about demons. Oh yeah, this is a weird tweet, because Tim has never really, he said like he's not been religious or whatever. Joe Obama, yes. There is evil, and yeah, so I don't even. And yes, and then like Laura spends a bunch of time going after random people on Twitter, because that's just what she does. Okay, and then we have another Tim Pool React stream. I've got like a whole bunch of other stuff here. I don't know if we're gonna go through all of these. I feel like you guys are starting to get the point though. Or at least I would imagine that you would be. Like, essentially, I will share this document, but essentially this boils down to like, any discussion, anything criticizing Charlie Kirk is not allowed, and if you do criticize him, you're celebrating his death. If you say he's far right, then you're celebrating and justifying his death. Yes, I do think that Laura Loomer does need mental help. I mean, she did chain herself to the Twitter HQ building after all. Yeah, so And like it's just calling people demons. A lot more stuff about the left praising Charlie's death. Oh, okay. Tim Pool does a stream about the press conference. And I'm just going to highlight this bit from the beginning because the rest of it is all the same talking points that we already heard. You know, like liberals won't debate and oh, this one. There's also this too. Gotta have this one.
I'm not gonna sit here and play games just because I think the left is more likely to be at fault most of these cases, that they lie about their stats, that they use underhanded tactics. I think all of these things.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, she was wearing a yellow star. Yeah, because she was so mad that she got banned from Twitter. And I've seen that video too. She chained herself to the wrong like part of the door, so people would just open it and walk right by her.
And I believe, based on a reasonable assessment of the data and the facts and the truth and the reporting, it's discernible to anybody who cares to pay attention. They claim the right is the originator of the violence. Then you take a look at the ADL and you can see that they label everything right-wing. White supremacist, right-wing. Anti-government, right. Wait, anti-government is right-wing? Yup. That means if a far leftist goes out and says, burn the government, whatever, they're going to put it in the right-wing category. They also have a category called right-wing other. I think all of this is wrong. I do not want any of this to escalate. And my point is this. The proof is in this video and in so many other statements that when jokes are made about killing the left, we condemn them and say, hey, man.
But you don't condemn them. You might condemn them personally, Tim, but other people sure don't.
Benny Johnson made a great point in that video. When they announced that Joe Biden had cancer, he said, I wish his family well. I hope he gets better.
Yeah, but there were other people who definitely weren't saying that. Actually, I don't even know if Benny Johnson said that now that I think about it. Because I think that there was something that I saw. Like, there were absolutely conservatives who were poking fun at the fact that Joe Biden has cancer. And yeah, this was not, like, to say, like, if just because Benny Johnson said something, assuming that he did. But yeah, like, his only criticism that he can bring up of the data, and he can't, like, obviously cite any other data, is the fact that the ADL groups all of these things. Which, like, yes, Tim, right-wing people can be anti-government. Please, miss me with this no true Scotsman bullshit. Not everybody who is, like, right-wing fits into, like, whatever narrow category of right-wing that you're defining that suits you in order to make your stupid arguments. I feel like, do you not know what an anarcho-capitalist is? Or even, like, I guess, like, you know, further right libertarian people. Like, there's a reason why the political spectrum is, like, a square and not a line. Like, Yes, Benny Johnson. Well, I mean, you know, Benny Johnson is or was a Russian asset, and so is this dumbass.
I have said it over and over again. I wish Joe Biden can sit in a rocking chair with a...
Yeah, okay, Tim, that's nice. Thank you for the virtue signal, because not everybody on your side thinks that. Okay.
Wow.
So the press conference just completed, so...
Thanks, everyone.
Wow. Confirmation that this individual was a left-aligned ideologue with bullet casings reading, hey, fascist, catch. Oh, Bella Ciao is a reference to an Antifa Italian resistance song.
Yeah, you know what else it is, Tim? It's also been featured in multiple video games, which is where the shooter likely learned it from. You think he learned about that in college? Like, come on, man.
It is quite literally Antifa, sung by people to fight Nazis. And the phrase about bulges and OWO is trans or furry aligned comments. So I believe the posts that we're seeing online show that it is a reference to furry culture.
I mean, not necessarily. Apparently, it's also been used as like a transphobic meme. All of these things are like online or video game references. So, like, but he's just jumping to this conclusion, particularly with the hey fascist catch thing, which is a reference to Helldivers 2, by the way. Like,
this person perhaps was aligned with that. I think that's why they said transgender or and Antifa. But
what? Like, he's so desperate to claw at that.
But it is confirmed now, the information that we have. My friends,
Well, no, it's not really confirmed. You just have what was written on the bullets, and then from there, you have extrapolated a bunch of stuff that might not even, yeah. I mean, like, I don't even know if we still even really have confirmation. Oh, hello there, TRC.
we will be live in about 20 minutes at rumble.com/theculturewar, as well as...
Oh, yeah, like sub to PewDiePie. Yeah, I mean, exactly. There's just... Like, I'm sure that this guy was, like, maybe slightly left-wing or whatever, but I don't even know if he was really motivated by that. It seemed maybe that he was more motivated by the fact that he didn't like the hateful rhetoric Charlie Kirk had. And maybe it's because that his boyfriend was, like, gay or trans. I don't even know, by the way, if I believe that his boyfriend was trans, because that they have provided very little evidence to this. And like, I don't think the boyfriend has said anything about this. And I also don't think that it's relevant to the investigation, but these people will say that it is. Like, oh, I think Candace had some relevant tweets in here. But yeah, so that was Tim Pool covering the press conference. And like, yeah, so we've got a lot of fear-mongering going on. I wouldn't doubt it, but I hate stretching the analysis of the ooh-woo memes. Ooh-woo. Yeah, me too. Cash doxed them. Wait, you mean Cash? What? Doxed to? Oh, the trans boyfriend. I mean, yeah, like because the shooter's address was in the indictment, which I mean that's pretty normal. Or maybe it's not normal. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's necessary to do that because he did live with other people, but let's see here. Paul Plum. Oh, there was a couple of yeah, okay. So I mean, I feel like I was sort of wound up now to the general point. There was like one other thing in here. There was one other thing that I saw, or actually, wait, I think that I didn't make a note of it. I think I just saw it here. Because this is from September 3rd. Yep, there's Laura Loomer doxing people again. Oh, exclusive. Charlie Kirk assassin Tyler Robinson lived with his transgender partner, sources tell me. And then Tim responds, holy shit. Like this is like some insane, yeah. Because of course it is. It's being reported that Tyler Robinson was assassinated, blah, blah, blah. Trans people are a national security threat. Their movement needs to be classified as a terrorist organization immediately. Their movement? All trans people? What the fuck, Laura? That's so stupid. Oh, okay, there we go. And then Matt Walsh sees this information about the transgender roommate and he goes, and there it is. Looks like this was LGBT terrorism after all. This is an insane leap. Oh, hello, sir. Hello, Mr. Cat. Hello. Yeah, it's like he was excited about it. Yeah, of course he was. Like, this is what he was hoping for. He wanted this to happen because he hates trans people and has spent, like, the last, like, 4 years obsessing about them. But yeah, that's... I've independently confirmed that Charlie Kirk's assassin did in fact have a transgender boyfriend. This is LGBT extremism. A lot more will be revealed soon. The quote unquote far right narrative is absolute bullshit. Not even close to true. Don't fall for it. Oh yeah, because people were speculating that the shooter might be a groper. And I mean, honestly, like, yeah, okay, that narrative does seem to be gone now. But like, at the same time, I feel like you're gonna really haven't done much to indicate. Oh yeah, and then of course we've got Candace fear mongering about or going on about the Jews. Yeah, so Matt Walsh is saying trans people are very dangerous. Tim Pool is talking about retribution. And then Donald Trump goes because of course, Donald Trump Jr. goes because of course about the transgender roommates thing. And yeah, this just gets... Satan's children can hardly contain themselves. The mere idea of murder excites them. Oh yeah, this person is they have the yellow ribbon, so I'm guessing that they are like Israeli or something. And Max Blumenthal, they're not hiding it. God damn, the anti-Semitism, it's off the charts. Oh, yes. The kitty is here. Hello, kitty. But yeah, I think that probably about covers it. Way too close to Synagogue of Satan. Oh yeah, Lance Twiggs, the transgender furry boyfriend of really? Sir Lancel, yeah, like this person does not. I've seen this person's TikTok videos. I feel like this is reaching real far. I don't like honestly. I think this person was probably just like a femboy or gay, but I have no idea. I don't know. But like obviously, and neither did these people. And also, this is Utah that we're talking about here too. So like, it's a very like red state. It's very socially conservative. There are lots of Mormons who live there, and I don't think that like this is also the problem with talking to witnesses as well. Like there's that one video of the guy who apparently heard something about like Robinson and his boyfriend talking about like a doctor's appointment that they had, and he extrapolated it out to the boyfriend was trans or something, and because he saw them holding hands and then like kissing. And I don't even know how common it is in like Utah for like people to be openly gay, or like to be gay and have and do public displays of affection, because like I mean it's Utah. Like Utah is pretty right wing. They're very socially conservative. But I don't know, I've never been there, so I don't know. Like I know in Texas it's fine, except for maybe like some parts of really rural Texas, but like but I would say that there are some states maybe where that's still like a thing that is maybe difficult. But yeah, like so I very much doubt that if the boyfriend was kicked out of his parents' house, which I think was something that I had heard, it's entirely possible that that his parents thought that he was trans or whatever, because that none of these people know the difference between being trans or being a femboy or dressing up in drag and like or even necessarily being gay. Like none of these people know the difference between any of that. To them it's all just you're weird or you're a deviant or whatever. But yeah. So yeah, all right. And then Laura is back to attacking Nellis. Oh, we've got Nick Fuentes here. Anyway, I think that about covers it. I feel like this now concludes my presentation. I mean, it keeps going. And obviously, of course, things get a bit more crazy with regards to yeah. Charlie Kirk's assassin had a trans boyfriend, called Charlie a fascist, confirmed leftists by friends and family. I mean, not really. Not anymore. Confirmed leftists by top officials on the record, including the governor. Yes, I'm sure that like there's no political motivation behind like these people saying this. I don't know that we even really have any evidence of that. Killed one of the most iconic conservatives in the country, and yet leftists still claim he's right wing. I mean, he probably isn't right wing. I just don't know how. Yeah, I don't know. I certainly don't think he was like a communist. But yeah. I see people trying to community note this post. I was in the room and confirmed what Erica said, blah, blah, blah. Okay, yeah, I don't know what he's going on about there, but yeah, all right. In any case, like when I publish, when I make the video about this, I will definitely, bring this up. But so chat, I mean, off the top of my, or like I can think of, there were, so like what did you all take away from that? What would you say were like the things that people said, or that the like what were the narratives that you saw that ran through everything, like all of that, and that started from the very start? Because I can think of like 3 or 4 different things, and they're still going with this, by the way. Like, even if there was more evidence uncovered that Charlie Kirk, or that that Tyler Robinson was in fact not motivated by right-wing or left-wing extremism or whatever, they're still going to keep saying it. They will say it forever and ever and ever, and they will never ever let it go. Hi, buddy. These dumb articles don't make it clear what they are. Yeah, I have no idea who the boyfriend is. Yes, the articles about the partner are insane. I call him a groper. Hi, kitty. Look at your baby. Oh, I'm moving my hand so my watch says that I'm active again, and that because I stood up. Aw. He's purring so loud. Yes, box cat. But yeah, so we've got Charlie Kirk was a moderate, which is that's some bullshit. Okay, I'm sorry, but no, he wasn't. If you think Charlie Kirk was a moderate, I mean, no, he was not a moderate. Was he a mainstream Republican? Unfortunately, it seems like he was, yeah, because mainstream Republicans, like the Overton window in America has shifted to the right, especially among Republicans. Or at least among Republicans it has. The Republican Party is not a moderate institution anymore. They have moved far right, and now what it means to be a Republican in the mainstream means like believing in conspiracies and pushing conspiracies, which we've seen. Okay. It also means like, you know, pushing the stolen election stuff. It it means like a whole bunch of stuff. Wanting to get rid of the Department of Education, like all of that stuff now is more mainstream. But I mean, no, Charlie Kirk was not a moderate, and he was not inflammatory. He was not like super nice with his rhetoric. None of these things are correct, but they're all saying it. It's part of their whole campaign to whitewash him. The other things that I noticed there was like, this is the left's doing, it's all the left's fault, which is definitely something that these same people have been pushing for a while. They immediately jumped on the trans thing. They immediately said that it was left wing. It was left wing extremism. Let's see, what else did they? Oh yeah, like we want retribution. The calling for that. The weird speculations. Calling people demons. And it was like they were all saying it. Like people, like they were all using this kind of language. And also the fear mongering as well, you know. So yeah, that was a thing that they have all been doing. Okay, so yeah, I think that'll about wrap this up here. I might like polish this up and make it into something a little bit better when I publish this on YouTube, because I do think that this is kind of demonstrative of something. And like I said, if you find conservatives or like MAGA people who aren't pushing this exact same messaging, please tell me about it, or you know, leave a comment for people who are watching this on YouTube after the fact. But yeah. Okay. So I guess now we can do the slop, because I know that that's what you all want. Hold on a sec. I'm getting messaged. Wait, Spider, why you Oh, yes, Spider, I have in fact joined your community on the There's a funny debate going on in general chat right now. I'm going to be interested to read that later. All right. It's time for the brain flattening. Are we all ready for the brain flattening? Oh boy. Am I going to be able to find this? Wait, why am I not logged in? Oops, something went wrong. What is going on, YouTube? Oh, there we go. Oh, hey. No, this is from 2 weeks ago. Members only. Oh no, that's 2 months ago. Where is it? Let me see if I can find it. Insane crazy leftist denies reality in heated debate. Oh, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Um uh, Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. I know it's in here. There it is.
We'll take a look at it, but it's a 2-pager and it's pretty dumb.
Oh yeah, the Comey indictment. The Comey indictment was like 2 pages apparently, which sounds, yeah, like what? Your indictment, an indictment is supposed to be like you laying out your evidence to make your case, but it was 2 pages. Which is pretty insane.
People kind of knew in advance what the theories were going to be, because there's been, frankly, a lot of reporting that even like the crazed, unhinged lunatics that they've put in the DOJ these days had misgivings about like they had to.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Sorry, just an opener. I'm curious Doobie's thoughts in our, I don't know, this kind of icebreaker before we get into the beat.
Lawfare. Unbelievable. No, all right, that's fine. Hey.
Do you feel that shit is bad? Do you feel that there's a way we can go about this conversation?
Okay. Okay. Oh, cat. All right. Oh. There's a specific stream playlist with, oh, thank you for that. I am glad that I found this now though, so that means that it's in my history, but yeah. I think like this is a really long debate as well too, so I actually might save this for tomorrow, but I need to feed this guy because he is driving me insane. So yeah, I might actually do this tomorrow. If I dig into the polls and stuff, and who knows, maybe I can get Teuton to come on and he and I will scream at each other again because that he is so very passionate about this. And of course, like I'm willing to bet that every single person on the left-wing version of this panel, the only reason why they refused to vote for Kamala or why they didn't vote at all was because of the genocide. I bet that's the only reason why. I like, at least that seems to have been Prime's reason. I don't think that there was any other reason. It's because these people are obsessed with Gaza and it is all that they think about. But okay, hold on a sec. I am going to feed the kitty, but I'm gonna let this video play and I will be able to hear it. Actually, wait, no, I don't think I can do that because then you guys won't be able to hear it. So I'll be right back. Okay, hello. Um, Goiper cat, what did I miss? I don't know how it's a Groiper cat. What? To feed the Groiper cat? My cat is most certainly not. Actually, you know what? I don't actually know. Maybe my cat is. I don't know. It's possible. Stupid camera. Okay. Let's go. I probably won't watch this whole thing, but like we'll go into this for a bit and we'll see.
Where it's just me reinventing different ways to ask the trolley problem at you, or reinventing different ways to talk about, you know, the same kind of issue. And I guess I'm wondering, it'll be interesting to see what Doobie says here, since he's on the panel, what his take is on these things. But I'm just like curious about your kind of outlook. What are you feeling right now?
My cat is, yeah, you know what? You know what? He might be, but anyway, let's.
Do you feel that shit is bad? Do you feel that what we're seeing right now is a true threat?
Yeah, of course they probably are going to say that they think this stuff is bad, but it won't matter because that all they care about is their weird purity test, at least for Prime. I don't know. I have no idea what Doobie believes.
To the stability of the country, is that something that you internalize?
Doobie?
Oh, is that for me?
Oh, that
that
was for Prime and Doobie, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Prime, you can go first. I'm so settled in here.
Sure.
And hi, Doobie.
Sorry. Because I thought that was for Doobie.
Oh, sure, yeah. So the question basically was like, are you internalizing this threat, that the kind of structural threat that the resistance libs, who I know you spar with frequently, Prime, that they've talked about a lot. Is that something that you're actually internalizing? You're like actually a bit
the threat.
Yeah, the
of
threat
fascism?
the threat of authoritarianism, fascism, whatever the guardrails coming undone. Is this because sometimes there are certain lefties who like don't give a shit. They're like, it's all been corrupt this entire time, and who cares if the DOJ is lacking independence from the White House? That's just something that we'll take advantage of when the left takes over, and this was a not something that we were in any way needing to uphold in the first place, you know?
So, I
come on, Prime.
I mean, as you go through the decades, like talking about recent U.S. history, and not speaking of like way before, but corruption has always been on the table.
My joke here is that Kay's advocated for relocating all of Israel's Jews to America. Wait, did he actually? I don't remember when he did that, but it would not surprise me.
Right? There's always just varying levels of corruption, and it comes out in different ways. And the way I look at it is that all these presidents are guilty of something awful, and I think that I mean, I would put pretty much most of the presidents in jail.
Really? So you don't think there's anything uniquely? This is a problem with people like this, where it's everything is the same to them, and there's no recognition that no, Donald Trump is way, way worse than anything previous. However bad you may have thought that they were
for some awful thing they got up to. However, that doesn't mean that they're all on the same level.
Okay,
right?
yes,
that
come on.
There's no difference between a Democrat and a Republican in office.
Wait, so you recognize that there's okay.
In the way that they operate and the way that they interact with like the larger federal government, in the way that they handle emergencies, right? Like the recent political violence, right? Like if Biden had been in office now, like his messaging, I think we can both agree, would be quite different from what we're seeing out of.
Yes, if Biden or Kamala were in office right now, things would be so much better than they currently are.
Donald Trump. Yeah. So I can recognize that these two are different, obviously, because I've voted for Democrats all my life, right? Like I'm not an independent saying, oh, or
not this time though.
I'm not saying I'm sitting in the middle, and I look at both candidates, and it's one or the other. Like Republicans have never had anything to offer me, ever, right? I listen to what they say very closely, but they've never had anything to offer me.
But do you internalize that threat? I mean, so I understand and agree with you. I'm sure Doobie does too. That the kind of corruption we're seeing, it's on another level. I mean, it really is. Even the people who are watching saying all presidents are corrupt, saying that is almost in its own way deceptive. Because I agree with that statement. Like the literal denotative words you're saying, I'm sure there's some level of corruption. I've said that's true of Biden. I've said that true of many Democratic presidents before. But it's almost a lie to say it and not give the context of the current administration, where we are just seeing, and even the conservative commentators are admitting it. I saw Ann Coulter saying as much, like they're not even hiding the level of grift, the extent to which Trump is personally profiting from his powers, the extent to which he, letting off all of his friends from investigations. So the amount of, basically the entire federal government is being operated to function as the personal interests of Donald Trump, his family and associates, and that I think is something that's different.
But I agree with you. Like I said in my statements, there's difference in levels of corruption. I could even go into more detail, just like you did there. But
are you internalizing the threat? Are you actually fearful?
What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
So when I say internalize the threat, I mean like people can say every day, like, oh, this is bad. Like, for example, they can say, oh yeah, that genocide is bad. Oh yeah, this is bad. To internalize something is to truly feel, like, have the emotion of fear, of anxiety, of perhaps of I don't know, being pulled emotionally and into one direction or another, of having some kind of mission to stop this, to save your country. Are you actually feeling the feelings of someone who is facing the imminent collapse of the order that has maintained itself in this country?
I watch a scary amount of political news. Like I intake so much per day, keeping track of big stories and little stories, and like literally I have thousands at this point of like, or at least hundreds, many hundreds of links to different stories that I read or like hope to get to, that I'm constantly like intaking the all of this in. So I have a very good picture of the threat that's faced, and furthermore, I have members of my family who are at risk of being brutalized by this administration. And so if you're saying, do I feel not just family, also friends, who like I worry about, and I literally check in on a regular basis to say like, hey, are you doing okay here? Because they have good reason to fear being targeted by Trump. So if you're asking me, do I feel something? Well, absolutely.
No, that is what I'm asking.
I knew.
Okay,
yeah,
Prime.
I knew what the threat was. I intimated that threat to others during like when the campaign was happening.
Then why didn't you vote for Kamala, you fucking...
But yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Sorry, just an opener. I'm curious Doobie's thoughts in our, I don't know, this kind of icebreaker before we get into the beat of, I think that the question that you're trying to focus in on, Prime, is with more of a concentration on Kamala.
Oh yeah, Prime is incredibly long-winded and it takes him forever to answer a question.
And a view of her role specifically. So I'm curious about Doobie's thoughts there.
So I don't see Trump as
a new challenger approaches.
Like I viewed Trump, his administration, as the first like open salvo, like an ideological war that's been brewing for a very long time in this country, waged by Christian nationalists, technocrats, and like corporate cronies, right, against the fundamental promise of America, right? I think that this is an attack on not just like party. It's not just party politics to me. I see this as something like an assault on like the very ideals that even Republicans were raised to believe this country stands for, right? So I do take it very seriously.
Yeah.
I think it's a huge threat to the country. And I don't even think that Trump is like, I think he's the first footstep, right, by this ideology. I think there are people within his administration who are far more ideologically driven than he is. And I think they're the driving force behind him, because I don't think Trump actually has an ideology beyond he wants to look good and because he has a massive ego, right? He just wants people to think of him as like the savior of the US, whatever the fuck that means. But I think the people in his administration who have an ideological bent that is totally contrary to everything this country stands for.
Yeah, so do we have everyone, or are we just waiting for counterpoints here?
We're waiting on 2 others, but they said they're going to be late, so yeah.
Got it. So we can, or I don't know, Prime, what do you want to do?
I mean, like we're already in it.
Okay.
So I can read the topic as I had written it to everyone else. So the topic I wrote down, and these are fine people agreed to come on and discuss this. Why would left-leaning voters not support Kamala Harris? Was Harris and or the DNC responsive to the base's concerns about Gaza? Or at the time, was that protest too insignificant to be a focus?
Yes, she was responsive to it. She called for the only realistic things that she should have called for. If she had called for what you wanted, then it's entirely possible that she would have lost more votes than she gained, and therefore it would not have been worth it.
Of the National Party. So yeah, that's kind of where. So we were having a conversation on the Reverie. Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern on twitch.tv or youtube.com/primekai, right? Come check it out. But we're having a discussion, and Kamala.
I'll at least say he's at least on point with his shilling. I need to get better at that.
Harris got brought up completely randomly, actually.
Although we should probably spell out his name because nobody knows.
Got brought up, and the discussion about like who didn't actually vote for her, why didn't they vote for her, and whose fault is it for all of this came up. And since it was attached, this was on the tail end of a completely separate debate. I thought like we should have a specific conversation set aside just for this because it was very passionate, as it always is around these parts. And so I invited the people on. So most of the people, actually all the rest of the people who are part of this debate, except for Pisco, was there. But we invited Pisco. He was so kind as to join us, so we're happy to have him. So yeah, why don't we just quickly introduce ourselves, and then we'll go. So hi, I'm Prime Kai, PRIMECAYES. You can find me twitch.tv or youtube.com/PrimeKai. We'd love to have you. We have debates like this all the time. They're a lot of fun. They're super freaking passionate.
Okay.
Go Liddy on
watching us and being a part of this.
Also, Pisco's Hour on YouTube. Yeah, we had that conversation, which was kind of about, I guess, the vote.
Oh yeah, Prime had a debate with Pisco like 2 weeks ago, which I did not watch, but I think I saw Loner covering part of it. I think Destiny watched clips of it as well. I think that there were some other people that probably did also watch some clips of it. I think Hutch might have watched a bunch of it, but I can't remember. And yeah, it was infuriating because it was entirely just about Prime purity testing Kamala because that she wouldn't take his maximalist approach on Gaza.
Voters' culpability, the hypothetical Prime style voter, and yeah, that's available on my channel. But I'm sure that this conversation will, I think, try to be more focused on the candidate specific qualities and things like that. Though I'm not certain that it won't fall into a little bit of questions about voter.
Oh yeah, and Pisco like tried to ask Prime like 3 billion times. Like I think they just looped where he literally like he explained it at the beginning where he tried to trolley Prime into like understanding the fact that he and other leftists should vote for Kamala or should have voted for Kamala, and it's stupid that they didn't.
Requirements and voter oughts and what they should have done.
Okay. Next is we'll go to our friend Doobie. Doobie, thank you for coming through. A mainstay on the Reverie. I'm always glad to have you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm Doobie. I run the politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics, the best and biggest politics server on the platform, and that's about it.
Thanks so much.
Not gonna give your
last but not least, a person who you wouldn't expect if you saw my tweet. It's a fucked up tweet. I do apologize. But Black American Me, we're very happy to have him here. That wasn't on purpose. But Bam, thank you for joining us. I mean, like it was really our back and forth that sparked all this, and so I'm happy.
Oh, is this guy based? It sounds like this guy's based if he was arguing with Prime.
That you take time out of your day to join us here.
Of course, I hate to put all this black on black violence out into the public space, but I'm Bam. I run my life as best I can. That's all I do. I come in and have conversations with Prime as long as he allows me to do so. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for all being here. So we can jump into it. Also, you can come to youtube.com/primekai to like put a super chat. You want us to answer? You want us to like respond to something? Super chats are open, so consider supporting the channel that way. Be much appreciated. But all right, let's jump into it. So Yeah, so let me get this perspective of the other side, right? We're answering a few questions from my man Pisco here, but I want to get the perspective of the other side. Why do you think that left-leaning voters didn't support Kamala Harris, right? And I'm using
It's Kamala Prime, for God's sakes.
I'm using left-leaning extremely loosely here, right? Anyone on like the general left, but you might see it differently. And you can define that as.
I mean, according to the polling data, from what I recall, why didn't they support her? Well, I mean, for some of them, it was because of Gaza. And then for other ones, it was because of the economy. But I mean, it really depends on who you are referring to.
As you wish.
I mean, that many of them was not because of Gaza. It was like, that was like a tiny number compared to the rest.
So
you're asking me that, right? Or us people?
I'm asking both of you.
Got it. I'll start by saying I think that there's a premise to this question, which I just want to address, which is I think that left-leaning people, by and large, did vote for Kamala Harris. So by and large, I'm not one of these people who like blame lefties or communists or socialists for the reason, like in terms of the.
I am. No, okay, I'm not entirely. But I do think that it's important to deal with the problem of like the online alt media sphere being full of people who hate like liberals. And like, yeah, there are a lot more liberal voices in the alt media sphere now, which is good, but I think there needs to be more. And it is very concerning to me that a lot of the loudest voices and the most successful voices on the left in the alt media sphere are people who hate Democrats. Like Hassan, for example. Hassan is basically the only left-wing voice on Twitch. If you're on Twitch and you have any kind of success whatsoever as like a political streamer, and you're on the left, then you are basically probably aligned with Hassan because he's the biggest left-wing voice on that platform. And he's a crazy person who hates Democrats, so.
The actual result of the election, there was a broad sweep of.
Prime really doesn't do any favors for his out-of-touch basement dweller image by always being in complete darkness. I mean, I'm pretty sure that he, I'm pretty sure you can usually see a window behind him. I think it just depends on his lighting, but that's just kind of the lighting that he has. I don't know how he can sit in a dark room and look at his computer screen, though. That would hurt my eyes, but hey, to each their own.
Push towards Trump across many different groups.
Or maybe he has a ring light. I don't know.
Including traditional Democratic voters who aren't consider lefties, people who are like disaffected, who are not ideological in any way. And so I've not been convinced by the empirical case that the ideological left lost Kamala the election in a sense of like actual votes.
That's something that we will never really have the answer to.
And vote count. I don't think that that's been made out. And I think the Democrats, by and large, and left-wing people, by and large, supported Kamala. However, for the subset of people who didn't, I think, the range of different issues, I think that Gaza probably did play an impact for some people in the left for who that's a major issue. And Joe Biden's and the administration's pro-Israel stance, they were very pro-Israel administration. And additionally, I think the left, Biden's kind of.
I mean, yeah, they were pro-Israel, but they sure as fuck weren't as pro-Israel as Trump. And also, it depends on what you mean by pro-Israel. I mean, I've been over this, but I hate this false dichotomy. It's annoying. I hate this the way that this conflict is viewed as you're either pro-Israel or pro-Palestine, and there is no in between or any of that. Like, I mean, Biden tried to hold Bibi back, and he did a pretty decent job of it. Well, actually, like he did lots of stuff that Trump never would have done, as we can see that Trump's not doing it. If Biden or Kamala were president, there would not have been that 3-month blockade that started back in May. And the GHF would not be a thing because that neither one of them would have allowed that to happen. And we saw that because Israel tried to do something like it before and they got shut down.
Economic policies, which I support because they didn't have, I think, immediate effect, and because of lingering inflation, those kinds of economic considerations, and because Trump had been out of eye for a while, I think a lot of left-wing people might just not have voted because they were less enamored by Biden and less threatened by Trump.
Okay. Yeah, please.
Yeah, my perspective.
You mean like they were privileged? That's why they were less threatened by Trump.
I don't blame specifically leftists. I blame non-voters, and I name non-voters as a category. And I blame specifically, most of all, which ends up overlapping with leftists. Most of all, I blame non-voters whose reasoning behind says that Kamala didn't do something in their campaign enough to justify their vote over Trump. I think that argument is complete and total bullshit.
But drop site said, yeah, exactly.
And I think that we're absolutely seeing the ramifications and consequences due to people who would give that justification. The larger issue was probably general voter apathy, and I actually think that it's actually an issue of Biden being too solid of a president. He wasn't in the media every day, and he wasn't doing flips and telling pregnant women what medicine they can take and giving medical advice. But he had gotten the country into a position of general recovery and stability post-COVID. And I think that people had got lulled into a boredom and thought that like, oh, okay, well, it really doesn't matter who's president. My life is kind of whatever. And they leaned into the excitement, or they just said that, oh, well, if Trump wins, everything's probably going to be about the same. And they were horribly, horribly wrong.
Okay. Before I say anything there, do you have a response to any of that, Doobie?
Yeah, I think he's totally wrong. I think you're wrong about everything. I think the issue.
Thanks, Doobie.
It's not that the Democrats need an Obama-style candidate. I think Obama is, in some ways, a once-in-a-lifetime style candidate. Right? It's the way that he's a great orator, great at like winning over the crowds, great at, just his image. He looks like a very competent person. Prevents himself well. Like he's, I think that kind of candidate is, in some ways, once in a lifetime. At least once in my lifetime, right? But I think that Obama stood for something. He had a message. He had that was like hope and change was the thing that he was selling, right? He stood for something. He advocated for that thing. I think the issue with Biden and Kamala, especially Kamala, was that she didn't seem to stand for anything other than what Biden did, and Biden wasn't that popular, right? So I think she just failed to separate herself from the administration, failed to present herself as a leader and somebody that people could trust, and failed to produce any confidence in people, right? Any excitement to get them out to vote. And I think the Democrat Party itself has been disconnected from its base for a very long time. And I think one of the easiest ways to see this is the Israel-Palestine issue, right? I'm not a single issue voter, right? But if you just look at that issue, right? And to be clear, I'm not a Democrat. I'm a registered independent. I've voted for, the first time I ever voted was for Obama, right? I even voted for Trump in 2016, right? As kind
of course you did.
I'm a troll vote because I'm in California, so it doesn't really matter. Last election, I didn't vote because I'm in California. It doesn't really matter anyway. But also, I didn't really feel comfortable voting for either of these disgusting people, in my opinion.
What? How can you think Kamala is disgusting in comparison to Trump, really? I can't.
But to be clear, if it did matter, if I was in a swing state, I would have voted for Kamala. I would have swallowed, closed my eyes, and just pushed the Kamala button, okay? Because I think that Trump is that bad. But if you look at the polls on the Gaza issue, like 77% of Democrats believe Israel is committing a genocide. 51% of independents think they're committing a genocide. 20% of fucking Republicans think they're committing a genocide.
Okay, when is this poll from? Is this poll recent, or is this poll from ages ago? Because it's not relevant if this poll it didn't exist before the election. I heard sharing and subscribing helps give +5 strength until tomorrow. You would be correct.
Only 25%.
Sorry, stuff going on in the Discord. I had to say some stuff, but anyway.
More military aid among Democrats. Only 28% of independents support this. And among Republicans.
This is also annoying. Doobie loves to cite polls like this, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to find this poll that he brought up because he's not giving any where did he get this information, this data from? And when is this dated? This is something that I would like to know. I think that it's very important to know this. But Doobie is very he does this thing where he does this appeal to authority stuff. He's either doing it with polling or later on, if anybody mentions although I doubt it because I don't think anybody here disagrees with the genocide idea. But yeah, if they did, then he would basically just continuously hammer on about the amnesty report, or probably now the UN report, and claim that because these organizations said this thing, that means that it must be true and that there is no room for argument. Whereas I very much doubt that he has done any digging whatsoever into that. And yeah.
Republicans, only 56%, which is fucking crazy for the Republicans. Only 56% of Republicans support setting military aid to Israel.
Also, I would like to add as well, too, that Israel's polling numbers do, in fact, decrease during wars, especially wars in Gaza. This is not a new thing. I'm not sure if it's ever been as bad as this, but it has happened before. Also, it doesn't help that this war has gone on for quite a long time. I'm pretty sure this war has gone on longer than any other engagement that Israel has had in Gaza. So that does not help. But also, October 7th was a pretty unprecedented event. So, yeah.
So these numbers, I think, are pretty crazy, right? There's been a massive shift in the last few years against Israel. But if you look at the way that the party votes and the way that the leader,
Lego Fortnite is a place where people argue a lot.
and the Democrat Party speaks about the issue. They represent Israel, Palestine, Gaza as like a fringe issue. And when people like Connor or even Erudite or Hutch or any of these like liberal people online, right? Who I like, to be clear, I don't dislike any of these people. When they speak about these things, they speak of that topic as if it's a fringe left issue that only socialists and communists care about. But that's totally disconnected from the reality.
I mean, they're not entirely wrong because the majority of people did not vote based on this as their number one issue. It was not something that that's not what people cared about. Okay. What they cared about was the economy and inflation. That's what mattered to them.
Of the situation, which is that is the mainstream of the party is opposed to this thing. So if you are supporting sending money to Israel, if you don't think it's a genocide, you're the fringe. You are the fringe of the party. And I think these people need to accept that. And so
also, I'm sorry, Doobie, but the fringe of the party, I very much doubt is like I don't think that anybody or that the majority of people in the Democratic Party want Israel to be destroyed, which is what I think people like Prime probably want. I'm pretty sure it would not surprise me, or at least a lot of the people who were protesting against Kamala are the same people who were it must be it's anti-Zionism or nothing. These people who, some of them support Hamas, others run cover for Hamas. I don't buy that you can extrapolate, I just don't think you can extrapolate from these polling numbers that people want Israel to be destroyed or that people think Israel shouldn't be allowed to exist as a Jewish state. Seeing Vosh fall into the Biden and Trump aren't different on Gaza really blackmail. Yeah, Vosh is lazy and he did not do any research. He did not look up anything about this. And that annoyed me too, because that Vosh used to be a standout. He used to be a leftist who would say that who would say that Biden was way better than Trump. And he used to encourage people to vote for Biden. And it seems like based on at least what little I saw, he fell into that same trap leading up to the election when October 7th happened, and he was talking about how much Biden sucks, where he would do but he's still better than Trump. But there was no longer, the enthusiasm really wasn't quite the same. It's incredibly shitty. He's kind of been going down that same hole as a lot of these other people.
Start behaving that way and reconnect with the base of the party. I think that is the only way the Democrats are going to win.
Doobie, can I ask him something?
Yeah, go for it.
I was about to say, so Doobie, I just want to real quick. So do you believe that if Kamala Harris, and I'm gonna push it to, I guess the perfect extreme. Do you think if Kamala Harris ran on, I'm cutting off Israel as an ally to the United States if I win, I'm going to cut off all military aid, and I'm completely denouncing them, denouncing Israel as a country. Do you believe that Kamala Harris gets more votes than she had?
I don't think that anybody reasonable would ask for that. I don't think that's what anybody wanted. I think what at the time.
You don't think anybody wants to denounce Israel?
Maybe the fringe, the actual fringe, right?
I mean, that's what the uncommitted movement wanted. It was on their website.
Right, that doesn't want Israel to exist as a nation. Maybe they would want that, right? But that's not what I don't think people expect that from her as a politician. I don't think they would want. I think they would think, that she's gonna be called an anti-Semite and she's gonna fucking lose, right? I think what they wanted from her is to take a strong ethical position on this thing, connect with the base of the party, which is opposed to sending more money to Israel, that believe that Israel was potentially committing a genocide even back then, rather than just saying, I want to change anything.
Yeah, but what is that?
You know what? It's fair that she shouldn't have said I wouldn't change anything with regard to all of Biden's policies. That's not great. But at the same time, it's annoying that I feel like Democrats did a really bad job on the messaging with regards to a lot of this stuff. Kamala probably should have highlighted, you know what? We did, in fact, push back against Israel and their far right government. We pushed back pretty hard against it. These were the things that we did, instead of not saying anything about it. But as usual, Democrats are terrible at messaging, so they didn't do that because there's this lie that Biden was just a pro-Israel shill and that he did absolutely nothing to rein in Israel or stop them from going too far, when that is not the case. He did a lot of stuff. It's just that it wasn't enough for any of these people because if these people wanted something that wasn't going to happen. And it certainly wasn't going to happen like with Kamala either, because if she did that, then I think it would have alienated other people who would have otherwise voted for her. Like the very reliable Jewish vote. I'm pretty sure, actually, you know what? Now it's the time to. So how many Jews are Democrats, United States? American Jews in politics. U.S. Jews political views. This is from 2021. The majority of American Jews identify as Democrats. The vast majority of, yeah, like, and I don't really think that taking on a position that where you basically like kowtowed to extremists in the party, or like people that like that folks would be perceived as extremists, that like that would like win you very many points among American Jews who identify as Democrats. I think that it would probably make them feel even more worried, and it might drive them further away from the party, because I know that among American Jews there were worries about anti-Semitism, especially after October 7th, when like things started to get really crazy. And like there was, at least among some American Jews, like we can see like I think Dr. Avi is a good example of this, who voted for Trump. He didn't just vote for Trump because of Israel, and I think he probably would have voted for Trump regardless. But like he voted for Trump partially because of the Israel stuff, and because he was worried about anti-Semitism in the Democratic Party. And like considering that, like that. Unfortunately, I feel like that was just like a matter of you know, messaging and stuff. But yeah, it just like this group of people is a reliable voting bloc. Actually. Oh yeah, no, I think like Avi is a smart guy who knows a lot, but yes, yeah, I know Avi is anti-abortion, and that was another reason why he voted for Trump. But I'm just saying that, like, I know, or at least, like, I suppose I can also relate it back to here to Canada, because there were quite a few Jewish people who, like, who were worried, or who didn't really want to vote for the Liberals, and who were thinking about voting for the Conservatives, at least, like, based on things that I had heard, because of the worries about anti-Semitism that were happening here. And this is, like, when, like, there were, like, pro-Hamas protests going on in Toronto and stuff. But percentage of Jews in America who vote. Like, I'm curious, like, the Jewish American vote. Yeah, like, oh, this is South Central Westchester. What? I mean, I guess like this is in New York. I guess if we just use this as an example here, in New York 2020 for president, like in this particular district, American Jews voted 72% for Joe Biden and only 62% for Kamala, which is not great. Can Jewish voters decide the election? Like, I bet that there's like a whole bunch of stuff here. But yeah, 79% of Jewish voters voted for Harris. But like, how much of that number, considering that most Jews are Zionists, most Jews support the existence of Israel as a Jewish state, how much of that number would have changed if Harris had have come out and like supported an arms embargo? Like, I think that these are important questions to ask, and I feel like none of the, like people like Tutom, for example, don't ask these questions. Oh yeah, no, the Democratic Party does not have an anti-Semitism problem, but there is a perception that they do. And I think also like this perception in part comes from people like Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, even though I don't think that they are anti-Semites themselves. Yeah, that's just kind of a. The Florida Jews did decide the 2000 election. Yeah, but the 2000 election was kind of messed up though, right? Like, because they kept doing a whole bunch of recounts, and the Supreme Court basically decided to stop the last recount. And they just gave it, and yeah, like it just went to Bush, I think. Like, I'm not sure if the numbers were actually. Leftists will say Jews are brainwashed. Yeah, of course they will, because leftists are dumb.
But I'm just saying, do you think that she would, like, so you're saying if she did that, if she made a too strong a stance, she would have lost votes? She would have won, like they would have made that would have been the thing.
Yeah, if
Trump
she
voters would have said, "Oh, now I'm voting for the black woman."
Well, I don't think she needs to. I don't think she needs to win over Trump voters. I think she needed to ignite some kind of passion in the base, to ignite some kind of passion in the base to vote for her, right? To present herself as a leader, taking a strong position on the thing, someone with backbone, right? I don't think she did that.
I'm saying,
so that's how it would look, Pisco. Right?
No, wait. Before we do that, because I wanted to take back. Like, I just want to know what is the question we're asking right now? Because I understood Prime's question to be what was the reason why some people on the left or the left didn't vote for Kamala? And so I understand that to be specific to pre-election stuff. So everything Doobie's now citing about polls afterwards, I don't view that to be relevant, right? We can't take the polls that we see now and say, oh, she should have known this back then, and we should apply the preferences now of the Democratic Party to back in the day. So I understand Prime's question.
Thanks, Pisco W. There were so many variables to Trump winning. I think a lot of liberals couldn't believe America would vote for him again. It took me a year to convince my mom he was going to win. Wait, Kong Radical, did you think that Trump was going to win? I spent a lot of the time thinking that there was no way that Trump was going to win. And like, I had this feeling during the election because the whole campaign seemed like a disaster. J.D. Vance was a terrible pick. Trump just seemed to be floundering. They were getting so mad at the "you guys are weird" messaging and all this stuff. But then I had this creeping thing in the back of my mind when I saw that people trusted Trump more on the economy. And as soon as I saw that, like, I kind of like tried to ignore it. But in the back of my mind, all I could think of was, it's the economy, stupid. And yeah, that was it. It was the economy. Like I didn't think that the Gaza thing really mattered all that much. And I mean, obviously, I do wish that Kamala had have won, because like, not just because it would have been better overall, but because it really would have been nice to be able to, like, not have to deal with these people now on the left who are trying to claim that they, like, that's the annoying thing, is that now they can be all smug and act like the Democrats lost because they didn't go exactly the way that they wanted to, or that because they didn't embrace the leftist messaging or whatever. I live in North Carolina, so the vibe is different. But they get their info from an entirely different place. Like, the perception of the same events are so dissonant. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. Yeah, you're right. It is. Like, everybody gets. If you're talking about conservatives, or are you talking about liberals? Like, but regardless, yes, people end up in, like, they're sort of like boxes and stuff, where they get completely different info. And conservatives in the United States don't exist in the same reality that liberals do. Especially now, it's gotten so much worse.
Going to be literally pre-election and to be pertaining to the left. And if it's a broader election strategy, I don't really view that as topical. He asked a specific question about what was incentivizing people on the left not to vote for Kamala. My response is they by and large did, but maybe the thing affected it. And so I just want to make sure, are we responding to the same question, Doobie? And then you can tell me what it looked like, the Gaza stance.
Yeah, so the reason I think when I said earlier that the Israel-Palestine issue is one of the easiest way to see the disconnect that I'm talking about. I think the disconnect that is causing people to lose hope, to lose confidence.
I'm sorry. I'm very focused. Like, I'm sorry. Are we answering the same question? That's what I want to know. Okay. So okay.
Hold on. So to be clear, that disconnect is I think is the reason people didn't go out and vote for her. Not specifically on this issue. To be clear, I think there's a disconnect.
People or the left, right?
So
So Prime asked, why did the left not vote?
Democrats in general. Well, hold on. Well, I think when Prime said the left, I think he was being very general, meaning like
people, but not independents, right? Not independents and not like non-ideological voters or I don't know, right wing. So the left generally, people on the left of this, so not centrist, correct? Is what we're talking about. I just want to be clear what we're talking about.
So.
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
I'm talking about the typical Democratic Party base.
All right.
Like that's what I'm. Yeah. So I think there's a disconnect between the party leadership and that Democrat Party base. The reason I brought up the polls on Israel-Palestine, the recent ones, we can look at the ones in the election if you want, but I think they're not really relevant to the point that I'm making. I think you can really see the disconnect, because if you look at the polls and then you look at how the party is voting and how the leaders of the party are speaking, and even how liberal streamers are talking about the issue, they present it as a fringe issue that a small group of people care about or are opposed to Israel on, when this is actually this is the mainstream position. right? So I think the disconnect there, and not just on this issue to be clear, but on other issues, is I think the reason that they lost and the reason they're not doing well.
I'm not so sure that the mainstream position at the time of the election, and I think this was the point that was being made, it was at the time, and I don't think it's been elaborated by you, is it to cut off all funding? Do you think that that's the mainstream position? Well, I don't even know if it is now. Yeah, so what are you describing as the mainstream position back pre-election that Kamala, so clearly should have glommed onto? Like, what is what you take to be the mainstream position, not now, but back then, that
Like, I think there was a fundamental breakdown in communication, like actual epistemic dissonance, which is scary. Yeah, conservatives and some. Yeah, I know. No, that is scary because the internet has just made this so much worse because people will just go to whatever corner of the internet that they want to go to get their news.
Kamala should have seen, obviously, and taken that route.
Okay, so I think even in, I think at the time, the mainstream position within the Democrat Party wasn't stopping military aid as it is now. It was conditioning the military aid, which is something that Biden kind of gave lip service to. I don't know if you remember, but there was a State Department memo that was leaked at some point, like I think like a few months before the election, that was sent to Israel saying, "Hey, there not enough aid is getting in, right?"
Oh God, this it's like. And yeah, because what? Because nothing happened. Like, we don't know whether or not Biden threatened aid behind the scenes or not. This is kind of another problem because that Israel and America want to appear to be united. So we won't know for years exactly like what was said behind the scenes. Although I do think that Bob Woodward's book sheds a bunch of light on this. They absolutely tried to attempt to like get Israel to like play ball, and they did in a bunch of different ways. They got him to open the border at the beginning of the war. They got him to stop going through with the general's plan where they were going to do like an insane siege of northern Gaza, and they had started doing that, and that didn't even last very long. But they got him to delay going into Rafah so that there was a chance to get the civilians out. Like, there was just, it's just insane that there was this idea that like they didn't do anything. And I mean, I feel like if America is pressuring Israel to do something, then there is at least some implicit threat there that the military aid is at risk.
You might be in violation of, I forget what the exact.
Oh, we're talking about IP and its effects on the election. My bad, LOA. Yeah, exactly. It's just dumb. This is the drop site one. Wait, what are you talking about, Chase? We do know Biden conditioned aids with regards to the 2 weeks of withholding it. Yeah, that was something. I think that it was Kamala who said that. I think that she said like we will review our like that they would look at certain that one law that they have in the US with regards to giving military aid for people who are not following international law or whatever. Like she said something about like, or that there would be a review of the aid given to Israel. And like it didn't even take that long before they dropped it. Like, and they stopped doing that. So I mean, yeah, like all you have to do is even just like say a little thing like that, and you can like get them to stop things. However, now that being said, I certainly don't think that that they could have done the same thing and then said, if you don't end the war, then we will. Like, I think that would have been a much more insane ask, and I don't think that would have worked. But you can certainly pressure Israel to change tactics, and if you instead like it really depends on what kind of conditions you provide. Like, I think that the condition of, okay, it's time to end the war, or there needs to be a ceasefire now. I feel like this Israeli government is probably just going to say, no, fuck you. And they're just not going to do it. And and then if the US then follows through with their threat and does cut off aid, then Israel is basically just, they'll probably just do worse things, because at that point they don't have like anyone telling them, hey, you shouldn't do this. Like, there is no leash anymore. The drop site story that Biden never pressed for a ceasefire. Yeah, oh yeah, that came from drop site. I thought that came from other places, but I do remember that. I think that Lerner called that out, that was not the case. Is this about like that quote from that one Israeli minister who was saying ridiculous stuff about how like, we're so lucky that Biden's in office because he never we could have had another president who like forced us to end the war, or some ridiculous thing like that, like to try to claim that this is meaningful in some way.
Law or statute within the U.S. is, but you might be violating.
Yeah, the leash did disappear after Trump came in. That's the problem. It completely vanished. Like, it disappeared. It was gone so fast. They cut it, like, immediately. And like, it wasn't even just that. There was the the ceasefire happened, which Trump took credit for, even though it was Biden's ceasefire plan. Trump is speaking both sides, but only acting pro-Israel. Yeah, well, I mean, Trump doesn't understand the complexities of any of this either. Like, Trump is very stupid. Yeah, oh, the Leahy law. Yeah, the congressional review of aid. Applied to Canada, Australia, etc., to particular units that may have committed crimes with the aid supply. Yeah, like, that is, but yeah, like Trump immediately took away the leash. He dropped all the sanctions on those crazy settler people, and it just kind of went back to business as usual. Breaking news, Trump claims to be sending military aid into Portland. Wait, what? Are you memeing? What? Hold on. Oh, Trump says he's sending troops to Portland to protect ICE facilities he claims are under siege by Antifa and other domestic. Oh, God. It's getting so insane out there. I'm not gonna like I don't really have that's just insane. Yeah, I know. I just looked it up and saw it. It's just ridiculous. It is utterly ridiculous. I want to say I really hope that the Supreme Court says that he can't do that, but honestly, it is entirely possible that they will just let him do whatever he wants, given yesterday's ruling regarding the like basically allowing him to put a stop to like congressionally approved aid, which, you know, I mean, I haven't looked at the decision, so I don't know what their reasoning for it is, but on the face of it, that seems incredibly silly because I thought Congress controlled the purse strings. I thought that Congress were the ones who were responsible for like funding things. And now you're saying that the federal government gets to decide when to cut stuff off. Maybe Americans can ignore the problem until it disappears. I mean, like, that's how lots of Americans are going to act, right? So oh, hey, it's CBC News. Am I going to get copyright cucked if I watch this?
We begin with breaking news.
Yeah, the Supreme Court sucks. Or this Supreme Court does. Did the Supreme Court rule the LA nationalization of the Guard was unconstitutional? I know that lower courts ruled that, but I wasn't aware that it had gotten to the Supreme Court yet. Okay.
In the United States this hour, President Donald Trump has taken to Truth Social, his platform on social media, to threaten action on what his administration has labeled as domestic terrorism in Oregon's biggest city. For more on this, we turn to journalist Nick Harper, who's joining us from Washington. Nick, good to see you. Let's talk about what the president has in store for Portland.
Yeah, Natasha, this Truth Social post coming out of nowhere, although there have been some rumblings within the administration over the course of the last week that potential action was possible. This seems to be the latest crackdown on crime that he's really trying to target against Democrat-run cities across the country. So this Truth Social post, he says in it that this action was requested by the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, and he says that he is directing the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, to provide all necessary...
I can't believe they're trying to rename it to, like, the Department of War.
...troops to protect war-ravaged Portland in the state of Oregon. He says...
Really?
This is all about protecting immigration or ICE facilities that he says are under siege from attack by Antifa and other domestic terrorists. And he also importantly finishes by saying, I am also authorizing full force if necessary. So that is the social media post.
Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Lots of unknowns here. For example, how many troops could be sent, the timeline of when they could be sent, and what exactly they'll be doing when they get there. But it's not the first time we've seen this type of action. Earlier on this summer, Donald Trump commanded National Guard troops to be out on the streets of Los Angeles. That was after protests against immigration raids. And then here in Washington, D.C., National Guard troops have been out.
Oh, yeah, no, you're right. Like, I think is insane. I was saying this on Lonerbox's stream yesterday. It absolutely sucks that Donald Trump, or that that the Supreme Court basically appears to have no enforcement mechanism, because that it should have an enforcement mechanism. I believe that the Department of Justice should be enforcing court rulings, but they're not, because that they are completely beholden to Trump. And like, this stuff needs to change. Like, after this is over, assuming that Trump actually leaves office, like in the aftermath of this, whoever the next administration is, like, there needs to be some law that needs to be passed in order to give the courts some sort of enforcement mechanism to force like the administration, or to force like the executive branch to do as they say. Because right now, like, there's nothing. Like, they can make a ruling, like, it's like that thing, you know, like the Supreme Court has made their ruling, now let them enforce it. Like, it just, like, that is incredibly scary, that like eventually at some point the courts are just going to say you can't do that, like, and then the president's just going to ignore it. Hearing Stephen Miller speak at the Kirk rally made him sound like the screaming, crying Wojak meme right-winger. I mean, yeah, unfortunately, Stephen Miller is Jewish. Otherwise, I'd be pulling out all the Joseph Goebbels memes, all of them. Yeah, we need de-Trumpification, absolutely. Like, there needs to be like a whole bunch of reforms passed to ensure that nobody can abuse the system again, because that's what's happening right now. Like, Trump is like, he's like seeing like to what extent I can abuse the system, and it's crazy. But it just
on the streets for weeks, largely protecting the monuments, protecting train station and metro stations, but all of that really the Donald Trump push to try and crack down on what he perceives as crime in some of those cities. But the Democrat leaders in those cities often say there simply isn't crime along the lines that Donald Trump has listed. For example, in Portland, although there have been violent protests in the past, violent crime is currently down about 17%, homicides down about 50% overall for this year. But nationwide, there has been an increase on attacks against ICE facilities. Within this last week alone, we saw a sniper targeting an ICE facility in Dallas, Texas, killing 2 of the detainees there. And we've also seen the Trump administration ramp up efforts to try and get this under control, designating Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization this week, even though it is really just a loosely formed grouping of anti-fascist activists. And of course, 2 other cities also on watch, Memphis and Chicago. Donald Trump has promised that he will be
Jan 6 was the test run.
sending troops there at some point. Again, no timeline on that.
Now, you mentioned the President's Secretary of Defense, and now he refers to it as Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth.
Oh yeah, no, Stephen Miller has like serious Goebbels vibes, like very, very serious. Like, I'm sorry, but when Stephen Miller was up there talking about the armor of God, all I could think of was this. Like,
Now, the message was in every respect total.
Judentum stellt eine infektiöse Erscheinung dar, die ansteckend wirkt. Deutschland jedenfalls hat nicht die Absicht.
Oh, this is where he almost says that they're exterminating them, but he pulls it back.
Dieser jüdischen Bedrohung zu beugen, sondern vielmehr die, ihr rechtzeitig, wenn nötig, unter vollkommen
Ha! Yeah, there it is. By carrying out a radical exclusion of the
und radikalster Ausschaltung des Judentums entgegenzutreten.
Extermination of the Jews. He almost let the truth slip out. Goebbels in the Sports Palace. He wanted public approval for a total war on the home front as well. The pinnacle of his speeches, painstakingly rehearsed. How to bring a people to the point of madness.
Yeah, this is the bit where it's giving me like the Stephen Miller's thing. It's giving me Joseph Goebbels vibes when he was talking all that stuff about putting on the armor of God. I think he was one of the people who said that, put on the armor of God, all the speech, but like his speech was incredibly inflammatory. Like everything that he said in there, like it was just so much insanity.
Das deutsche Volk wehrt sich gegen die totalen Kriegsmaßnahmen der Regierung. Es will nicht den totalen Krieg der Engländer, sondern die Kapitulation
mittlerweile war aber eben auch in der Zuhörerschaft das so geschürt worden, also erstmal unschuldige Frauen und Kinder.
Alright, where is it? Oh.
Und als dann die Fragen kamen und die Brüllerei erstmal losgegangen
Oh yeah, this would have been broadcast on the radio too.
ist, dann war das nicht mehr kontrolliert. Wir waren so
Yeah, like I ask you, do you want total war? Stephen Miller's like it really did give that vibe. And like just the things that he says, he's just insane.
Pete Hegseth has a highly unusual meeting coming up. What do you know about that?
Oh yeah, this.
That's right, this is likely to land on Tuesday this coming week. What's unusual about it is that he has commanded hundreds of top officials within the Pentagon to attend this meeting at Quantico in Northern Virginia, the Marine base there. The big problem is that nobody knows what the meeting is about. None of the generals or admirals who've been called know what it's about. Donald Trump, when he was asked in the Oval Office, didn't seem to know what it was about. If he did, he certainly wasn't saying. J.D. Vance, though, the Vice President, has tried to downplay it, saying it's not unusual for the Secretary of Defense to call these types of meetings. Some speculation as what it could be involving, maybe layoffs. We've certainly seen lots of shaking up of the Department of Defense under Pete Hegseth, and he's also removed
Yeah, that's pretty worrisome. You know, like they're just going to get rid of all the people who know what they're doing.
Some top officials that aren't seen as being loyal enough to the Trump administration, but also some suggestion that this could just be a meeting to try and rally the troops. He is pushing this idea of a warrior ethos in the Department of Defense. He's been getting rid of what he sees as woke diversity programs within the Pentagon. So some suggestion, really, it's about gathering everyone together, a power play from Hegseth himself, and trying to get everyone on side in terms of his messaging and his vision for the future of the military.
Very black-pilled. My only hope is that the incompetence of this regime will stifle their. Oh yeah, no, like they're very stupid. These people don't know what they're doing, and I think that ultimately, at the end of the day, is probably going to it's going to ruin all of this. Like, I think it's pretty clear that they, like the Comey indictment, it's like 2 pages, and Pam Bondi was hesitant to even do it, presumably because she could not like find anything, and she wanted to charge someone else. Like she probably thought that she could get John Bolton on classified, on like having classified documents in his house, you know. Oh, oh yeah, they are taking they are taking all the right steps. It's just that I mean, like, I don't know. I guess we'll see what happens, because there's just a lot of, like, he's not very popular at all. Like, he is incredibly unpopular. And I know that, like, we can obviously say that doesn't matter, but we'll see. Like, I guess, I feel like we won't really know if America is truly cooked or not until we get to the midterms. Because if Trump manages to rig it in his favor with the gerrymandering stuff, then I think that, like, at that point, yeah, we're screwed.
In the US.
Nick Harper joining us for more.
And by we, I mean all of us, not just you guys in America, but like the rest of the world too, who actually like, because I think I'd rather have America be the global hegemon than China.
Washington. Thank you, Nick.
But okay. Yeah. This is kind of insane, really. Everyone is scared of saying the US is doomed because of the chaos, almost like the chaos helps the regime. I mean, yeah, it does, but no, I think it's because the people don't want the US to be doomed, and because in general there's like a thought of like, well, this can't happen. It can't happen like in America, or like America's not going to fall. I don't think that if America falls to fascism, it's going to be something that happens instantaneously. I don't think it's going to be as quick as the Weimar Republic, because the Weimar Republic was incredibly unstable, and it was not built on a very solid foundation, because they did not have like there was like the institutions weren't strong, and it was also run by people before Hitler came into office who didn't believe in democracy, except for the Social Democrats. They used a goddamn Amber Alert to throw a tantrum. Wait, when did they do that? When did they use an Amber Alert to throw a tantrum? What's going on? The thing that might save the US is the federalism that states control their own elections, but there's no election for midterm. There's no electors for midterm. Well, yeah, I know, but yeah, states do control their own elections though, and so that is something that might save that might like save the US. Yeah, wait, what's going on with this Amber Alert thing? I wonder if they used an Amber Alert to find Tyler Robinson. I wonder if they put one out with his description, like before he got turned in. Um, we were talking about my work. ICE triggered an Amber Alert because they didn't even contact local law enforcement. Interesting. Of course they didn't.
Violation of this rule. So you need to bring aid out to this level and open this crossing, and you need to do all this within the next, I think, 60 days, or we might do something, right? And the implication was that we might start restricting funding military aid to Israel.
I mean, this is also based off of something that I don't think was really true. This notion that like Israel was starving Gaza or that enough food wasn't getting in, which does not seem to be the case, at least not at that point in time. It was a distribution problem, as far as I understand. Like, you could look at UNRWA's data even for the number of trucks that were going in every single day. And there was so much misinformation surrounding this. It would be super ironic if states' rights ended up keeping this country together, since it's what Republicans have been belting about for decades. Yeah, I know, right? But like now Republicans don't care about states' rights because Trump is happy to trample all over them. He is, and like I think states' rights are valid to a certain point. I don't think that they're valid if you want to like use that as an excuse to suppress people's civil rights. But I certainly think that like it's fine to like have some level of states' rights so that the federal government doesn't just get to like trample over everything. I just think it's totally fair to like say that that's a thing. And certainly it's fair that sorry, it's certainly fair that the that each state has its own national guard and that the federal government shouldn't be able to just come in and federalize it for no good reason, which is basically what they're doing. Like Trump wants to send the National Guard into democratic cities with or without their permission. Oh, okay, Conradical. So you're saying that like the ICE people kind of like messed up. That yeah. Donald may have helped Dems here in Wisconsin by taking away funding from Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood had to suspend operations recently. Oh yeah, that's probably something that is the because that's going to activate some number of people, right? But yeah, like because like I think the abortion thing backfired tremendously on Republicans. Unfortunately, not enough to like allow them to win the election or to allow them to lose the election. But I mean, like it backfired in a bunch of ways because there were states that basically were putting it on their ballots in order to make it be illegal or to make it be legal. And like there was places where you wouldn't have expected that to happen.
The letter, right? We wanted to see some kind of change or further steps to be taken. Now we got to that 60-day mark, right? And nothing happened. So they didn't meet the obligations. They made some kind of like a shallow moves in that direction, but they absolutely did not meet the obligations. And then the Biden administration did nothing about it. They kept sending them money.
To paint you a little bit of a picture about why I think that, like, so why I've said to Prime.
It's interesting too that he cherry picks this, but he doesn't mention anything about all of the other things that the Biden administration did against, like, to like pressure Israel. Which is probably because that this is something in particular that like all of these pro-Palestinian people like seized upon and continue to talk about. Oh yeah, yeah, winning at the state level is also really, really important. Okay. I am so tired because I stayed up way too late last night playing Expedition 33 because that game is a crazy the twists and the turns. So but Yeah, I think I'm gonna end it here. Maybe I'll come back to this tomorrow if I stream tomorrow. I'm not sure yet if I'm going to or not, but yeah, because this is really long, and I might need something else to like maybe I might need to like play a video game in the background while I do this, but probably not because I want to be paying attention to that and everything. So, but yeah, thanks guys. Thank you very much for stopping by the stream. If you like the stream, please consider donating down below to the link in the description, or drop a like and subscribe if you haven't already. And yeah, thanks very much. I hope you all have a good rest of your day. Abortion is the worst issue. There's no. Yeah, abortion sucks, but yeah, it's just, and like the trans issue is, yeah, I don't know. Like all of these things are unfortunate, but yeah. Did you ever read? Did you ever read the interview with the former American ambassador to Israel? I didn't, but I think that I might have heard about it. The one that you're talking about, or like maybe, I don't know. You can always link that in the chat if you want. Like if there's stuff you want me to look at, feel free to link it in stream suggestions. And you are very welcome, Felly, for the stream. Yeah. Have a great weekend. Bye, chat.